Okay, we are live here tonight, Architects of Humanity, with our guest, Objective Ethics. If anybody wants to click the link in the description, you can go straight to his channel with that. We're collaborating tonight on this stream. He's got really good stuff on there. And we're here to talk about objective versus subjective ethics and morality. And also, we might get into dualism versus non-dualism. If somebody has some good conversation, we do have the link there. Just be respectful when you come on. Scribe, the co-host, said he would come on, and the other co-host, Mr. X, I think, might hop on. But yeah, we were just talking a little bit about machining and ancient structures and artifacts. So I think it's Danny Jones. He's got a pretty big channel. I think he's close to 1 million subs. And he pulled on a few people that bought some of these vases from Egypt. And the vases, now we know, like when you look at some pottery, they give that signature of being made on a lathe, the spinning effect. So like we were just speaking about that, I'll ask people about that. And once they get a little like their response to the question usually tells me more about what they're saying in the answer, because the fidgetiness, the worry, the I'm saying, well, why? What are they defending? It reminds me of that film Revolver with the transporter guy and Ray Liotta. That he's like the ego is it's the enemy. So where is the best place for the enemy to hide? In your mind. And if I try to get rid of the ego to save you, you'll try to get rid of me to save the ego. And this is, I've noticed, prevents us from going forward. That film is profound. And the fact that it was produced in 2005 in Britain and wasn't released in the US until 2008, and it only played in 18 theaters, because I had looked it up and I'm saying, how did I not hear about this film? A friend told me today, he goes, you've never seen Men Who Stare at Goats? And I said, yeah. I said, didn't they like market that like a comedy or something with Clooney? And he goes, look, man, he goes, it's a pretty good movie. He said it's got a lot to do with psychic power, remote viewing and stuff like that. So I told him, I said, yeah, I might look into it. And these are things that I've noticed a lot of people, they kind of like stay at a distance from it. And I understand why. Like I've talked to a lot of people who claim to be psychic, and I tell them, I think you have some of them, because most of them are grifters. You have a power to maybe something comes to you, maybe the supernatural, I don't know, but you can't sell it like McDonald's. And I understand if people are coming to you asking you for advice and you can make money, you're going to say, well, this is what I feel and all of that. But there's times that you get that and it's somehow genuine, but I don't think you know how you're doing it. It's like an artist that splashes paint for his art and he hits on some, canvas like, oh, this one is really good. Now he can't repeat that, because it's like it happened by like in sort of a way, I don't want to say chance, but it's an unrepeatable thing. It's like somebody throwing, I don't know if this is a good analogy, like throwing a ball and trying to get the same exact throw of the ball. Now, guys can get close, but if you're going to measure it with equipment and stuff, it's always going to be slightly different. It's trying to do the same exact thing twice. But, not to go off on that tangent. But yeah, so the objective versus subjective ethics, morality, what would be like something that you think is a good like where's your stance, or like what would you define morality and ethics as?
Yeah, brother, it's an honor to be here. I appreciate you bringing me onto your channel, letting me speak to your audience directly. Before we get into it, there's so much to unpack there, and all of it is stuff I'm really excited to get into with you. But just really quickly, for some reason, I'm not getting an option to dual stream this, and I think it might be because I joined through the email you sent me. I don't know why it's doing this, or if instead of joining through YouTube,
no, I have
the same link.
Do you want to? Do you want
me to jump out and jump back, try this other link and see if that pops up, or you want to just go with what we're doing and I could just replay this on my channel? It's all the same to me, but I just thought it'd be a great way to expose my audience to you.
yeah, if you want to hop out and try to click, the link is in the chat. I think it's the same link I sent you, or is it different?
I would assume it was the same link, but for
Yeah.
some reason, and that may not fix it, but at least we'll know moving
I'm
forward.
wondering if it's because I got the free version. Maybe that prevent. I mean, I'm not sure.
That's
But yeah,
well. This will be a good experiment, and
yeah. We'll
either
learn.
way, it'll pop me back up. So let me leave and then come right back. Okay.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. StreamYard is great, man. It's like hopefully, I'll get the other version soon. And yeah, man, this is a pretty deep topic. Ancient civilizations, ancient history, religion, objective. No, Alexis. No, this guy's really cool. Yeah, he's really cool, man. We'll get into all of that if you have good questions. Is it allowing it now? Does it give it now? The option objective? Yeah.
StreamYard's end, but let me just look at my YouTube window and see if.
Yeah, hopefully it does. I mean, if it doesn't, the only thing I could think of, it's maybe because of the free thing. They've been limiting. We used to be able to have 2 seats where my co-host would just hop on. He wouldn't need me. He could end the show. And they even had that on the free version. Now they've switched it to where you don't even get that on the $45 version. You got to pay the $90 version. It's crazy.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's nothing. Neither on YouTube nor on StreamYard is it giving the option. And I do have the paid version, so must be.
I'm thinking maybe we both need the paid version. Let me look it up.
I mean, either way, I will. If you don't, I assume I have your permission. I'll just replay this video.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, I would say do the collab thing that we talked about. I don't know how to do it, but I'll ask You Gotta Laugh podcast how he did it. It's not hard. But yeah. I mean, also, I got to look it up because I'm not the best with technology. Scribe is much better. But yeah. If that's the only thing I could think of is maybe we both need it, or because I'm wondering, even if you stream something, would it let me stream it? It might tell me, hey, you don't have to pay.
Yeah, that would be next time you join one of the easiest way to figure it out would be next time you join one of my open panels I do every Sunday. Mm-hmm. If you have one available, you would find out right away.
Yeah. I think
usually when I like Finding Gnosis is one of the channels I support. Even
I used to go on his channel. I went on there last year a few times, and I got into it with Cougar Doomer and him. Yeah. And he claimed DNW claimed to be an agnostic, and I'm like, okay. But then when I leave, he's like, well, if we did this, it might prove evolution. And I'm saying, well, how are you an agnostic when you're trying to prove evolution? That's not agnosticism. That's you are believing in the religion of evolution. Or if people get a little touchy about that word, just believing in evolution. And science is not based on belief. It's based on fact, empirical science, observed, measurable, repeatable. But I understand inference. And this is where, it's to say, okay, somebody's going to the beach with a towel. Inference will say they're going in the water. And somebody else might say, well, they're going to spread the blanket on the sand and just take up the sun. Neither is right. It's inferring something that seems to be logical. But when you really analyze it, you say, yeah, that's total speculation at that point. And this is when we analyze stuff in that way, we start to see, oh, okay, so if I line up these skulls and I say, well, this one turns into this one, science would say, well, okay, where's the empirical science? And they'll say, well, it's a common ancestor. Once I start to see that come on, I'm saying, yeah, it's a fairy tale. Well, what's the name of that common ancestor? You're supposed to change the theory to fit the evidence. And all I've seen is people changing the evidence to fit the theory. So it's become like a cult. And scientists that I know, they cannot speak of this because they're getting a paycheck from the university, from the laboratory. And it's gotten to a point, it's very, very invasive. My question is, okay, you cannot dive off the coast of Brazil anymore since I forgot his name, but he dove and claimed to find 4 Roman ships. He brought up ampules from the ships. They banned underwater diving. The Antikythera device off of the island Antikythera by Greece, where they found that. You can't dive there. You can't dive off the coast of India. of Mohenjo-daro, where they found the city of Dwarka, which is twice the size of Manhattan. Sonar readings. Uh, Also, they've pulled up artifacts from there over 100 feet deep in the water. So when Göbekli Tepe, they just filled it back in, planted olive trees because it's against the law to dig up olive trees. And I'm saying their excuse is, well, we're preserving this for future generations. And it's like, wait, if you really want to know the origins of humanity, we would be so excited to find out something. But if this thing, what we're seeing with Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, that would have clearly pushed the dates back because it had, it was gigantic. They only excavated about 5%, and they were finding stuff that was going totally against the timeline of evolution. The same thing with Clovis first in North America. Flint Dibble and the fake Professor Dave, they were trying to like make fun of Graham Hancock because he was saying, look, according to their own dating, now they're finding settlements and tools that supposedly are 125,000 years old. So the whole story of coming across the Bering Strait and, coming down and getting down to South America by, say, 25,000 years or whatever, it's just totally blown out the water. And they are fighting. Like Flint Dipple was like, oh no, Clovis first. And I said, this is a religion, man. I said, these guys are not trying to really find the roots. That's why I call this the architects of humanity. That's why I changed the show. And I also do research on this. And I'm saying, yeah, this is odd. It's like, it's kind of, we see it in medicine. If you bring your pet to a veterinarian, they will, the first thing they ask you is, what'd you feed the pet? Like, what has he been eating? What's the diet? With a human, that is not asked. It's, oh, you're eating something which we know raises the blood sugar. Well, we have metformin and other stuff, It's like never, well, you shouldn't be eating that because 2 + 2 is 4. But in 1984, George Orwell, 2 + 2 is 5. And this is where once we realize that we're in a world that something is constantly trying to control our mind. From what I see it in politics. Now that, I don't know if you follow that. I don't follow it like some people do, but now they're trying to, again, limit speech against anything that criticizes the president and the cabinet. And I'm saying, wait a second, this is, can't people see what this is? I don't know if you have any thoughts on that?
Well, there's been so much just the last 10 minutes to try and respond to, and I find all of it fascinating. So I don't know, to be honest with you, brother, I don't know, just based on what I've heard you say for the last 10, 15 minutes, if we're going to get through everything in one conversation, we may have to have a couple of conversations together, depending on your availability and stuff like that, because I think all these topics are worth discussing. I'm fighting a little bit of congestion from allergies or something, so bear with me. But so I'm going to try and backtrack to the oldest and work my way forward here. And I'm not here to monologue or whatever. So please, it's your show, it's your audience. You know what the vibe is. So feel free to interject or cut me off or whatever you need to do to keep the show flowing. I'm just a guest in your house here. So the ego, I'd just like to touch on that just briefly before we move into the morality thing. I'm trying to do this chronologically here. And the ego, I think, is a really interesting conversation, because if we don't have some sense of self, then we don't know what mouth to put the fork in, right? So if we want to be of any value to other people, a certain amount of egoism is just necessary, right? Because if I'm not healthy, if I don't have a solid foundation under me, I'm not really that good to anybody around me. At the same point in time, if I'm only focused on myself, then I'm not good in a community. And we're a social species, or whatever you want to, I don't know what kind of vernacular you guys are comfortable using around here. I come from the idea that we're an animal, just like any other animal. Just like we all have unique traits or abilities, but I still think that we fall under the classification of a mammal.
Okay.
We share those kind of, properties as far as that goes. But I'm not necessarily like I'm not sensitive to these things. People can
Hmm.
talk about however, whatever makes them comfortable, and I
Yeah.
could probably work with a lot of different things. I'm pretty flexible,
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
I'm also not a biologist, so I don't claim to know things that I don't
Well,
know.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think you have to be a biologist. If we were to like just, I mean, especially with the internet, AI, and stuff, and research papers, we could easily say, okay, discern what it is, and say, okay, let's look at this study here, like the ego, um, like looking at people as an animal. I think there has to be some type of like saying, okay, why is this? Like, because when you look at animals, I'm not saying we're totally different, like, because we do have the markings of a beast to say, okay, we have the flesh, we have, um, we defecate, we urinate, we do things that's similar, but there's something that separates us in a way that I don't think I think some animals are actually smarter than humans in many ways because animals know not to pollute their environment. So when I look at humans, I would say, okay, um, why is it that when we see microbes and ants and then beetles and mice and cats and dogs and going up to bigger and bigger animals and get to human and then animals of course bigger than human, why would it stop at humans? That's where the whole evolution, it's a mammal. When I studied that theory, and I still study it, it really seems to be based on racism. It seems that it's saying, okay, people with darker skin are closer to the so-called mythical ape man. And then as they came out of Africa, magically they turned lighter, their hair got straighter. And this is the theory. It's ridiculous. They go into caves, and then ta-da, you have, what we see in Western Asia, which that's what it is. People call it Europe. Okay, Europe is part of Western Asia. It is not a continent. It reminds me of, I think it's Voltaire, where he says, if somebody can make you believe in absurdity, they can make you commit an atrocity. So the Latin word, continere, continent, continuity, connected. It's clearly that's clearly what it means. A land mass that is continuous, that is connected. So Africa is a continent. America is one continent because the Panama Canal still connects. Um, Asia is one full continent. But when people, I've seen in some, books and documentaries, people try to call it Eurasia. Those people know that the concept of Europe being a separate continent is inaccurate. It's scientifically inaccurate. So to compensate for that, their ego can't let go of the Europe concept. They say Eurasia. Well, it's like, well, wait a minute. Asia is the older and bigger part. Wouldn't it be Asia? Wouldn't that make more sense? So also the divide and conquer tactic. Europe is, they said to be a continent. And I said, well, where's the line of Europeanness? Where is it? Czech Republic? Where is it? Right across Moscow or something? So it's very imaginary. To make it even worse, they say India is a subcontinent, which they love that word sub. They can't say subhuman anymore. So they'll say subcontinent, sub-Saharan Africa. And those are the only two areas I've found that they say that in geography, because there's very dark people in Central Africa. That's what scientifically it would be called. And in India, which is actually part of Asia. So very dark people there. And I'm saying, wow, this is odd. So I say, okay, do I find this in other places? The missing link. If I were to say you committed a crime and you say, no, I was on camera, my employment has me on camera, there's no possible way. And I say, well, the evidence is just missing, man. We'll find it. And when we do, we come. And you're like, no, that's incorrect. You're labeling me guilty without being guilty. You're saying missing is implying that you did it. So the missing link is such a deceptive form of language to say, no, it exists. It's just missing. And it's like, no, scientifically, just like a continent, that would be called a non-existent transitional species. Now they try to say transitional species to wiggle out of it again. And it's like, no, no, no. It's a non-existent transitional species, not just a transitional species. So what I'm dealing with, like with On the Origin of Species or of the favored races, right? In the struggle for life, when you look at that, you say, people will say, well, Darwin was saying, plants and animals, but at the end of the book, he refers to humans. And it's, I tell people, an evolutionist that won't read Richard Weikhart's book, From Darwin to Hitler, that won't read The Passing of the Great Race by Madison Grant, who all, worshiped Darwin. Hitler himself, was a strong proponent of that. Darwin's cousin, Francis Galton, funded the eugenics. I mean, he spearheaded it. Darwin himself said, I think it was On the Origin of Species, where why would you allow your lowest animals to breed? But with breeding, like I think it's the Mendelian thing with the plants, you get problems when you breed thoroughbreds, when you breed certain so-called pure breeds. We see this even in humans. We see inbreeding. We see the problem with that. So I remember a guy told me, oh, he's pure Nordic and this. And I said, you're pure inbred. I said, that's what you are. I said, and honestly, how do you know who you were or who your ancestors were 2,700 years ago? You might chart back a couple of hundred years. You might even get back to like 1039. A guy came on here saying, he was Irish from back then, or even somebody that thinks they're pure African. And that's pure inbred to me. It's like there's a fine line between inbred and purity. But yeah, I figured I'd just throw that out there as a thought. If you have anything on that, Mr. Super Sidewinder, good to see you. Mr. X, good to see you. And Azroon, good to see you. Yeah, no, I don't think our guest is a cool guy. Yeah, I don't think he's evolution thing. But I understand where you're saying you think that, okay, so your belief is that humans are animals. Is that correct?
I think ultimately all living organisms are just that, living organisms. I think we classify these things for certain purposes, like medicine, for example, or territory. Are we going to allocate so much land for plants versus humans versus the giraffes, so on and so forth. So at some point we're demarcating living organisms or life, but I think it's fluid. It's all subjective, right? There needs to be a certain objective reality to physical, matter or whatever it might be. But even that, there's a lot of conversations about that with idealism. I don't know how much. It seems like you might talk a lot about these types of like non-dualism and idealism on this channel. I've taken up very little of your content because I'm so busy, but so you're probably very familiar with all those conversations, I would guess. So even that is subjective. Like, you know what I mean? When I say we demarcate these things in this way, well, who's we that I'm even talking about, right? Because everybody's looking at it through their own subjective lens at the end of the day, which is where I think the ego comes into play, because I agree with you 100% that whether there's truth in it or not is irrelevant when it comes to like evolution and racism. The truth of the matter is really secondary or even inconsequential. It's what are people doing with this information? And I think that the theory of evolution has been used as a weapon to promote racism and bigotry. And I don't think that's even up for argument. I don't think that's what the theory was intended for per se. And even if it was, even if that's what Darwin intended it for, I don't think it even matters. I think what matters is we have the ability to use the information however we want, right? And so if we're using it for fucked up shit, then that means we're fucked up people doing fucked up shit. We can't blame anybody but ourselves. So I would agree with you that evolution has been used to promote racism. I think it was The Descent of Man where Darwin talked about the Negro race as being a secondary race or something like that.
Oh yeah, it was like a call for extinction, where he said sometime in the near future, not so much as a century. He's basically saying that the gap between man and say baboon won't have the intermediaries, the Negro, the Australian Aborigine, or the gorilla. So when I look at that and I say, wait a second, now I'm like, this is clearly eugenic like a genocidal push towards it. And like how you were saying that it doesn't matter, I think that's extremely important. I think it does matter. Like if it was created, like just totally to push this agenda, that's extremely important because that's what separates us. What I've found in genetics, just studying genetics, I've worked with medical doctors, and Dr. Greg Homer, he had a lab in California where they would remove the melanin from the top of the eye with people that have brown eyes and hazel eyes and even green eyes to show the baseline blue eye underneath. Now, this was a cosmetic procedure. They learned it through working on cadavers. Now, this can still be demonstrated. Evolutionists won't address this. They will lie. They will not say like those two things. I don't know, or I was wrong about the blue eye being recessive or the green eye being recessive, because everybody has blue eyes. And underneath the blue eye is, of course, the albino template. That's why the avatar for the channel is the pink, the flesh colored eye. So that is one extremely, extremely important thing. The fact that they're putting black people or people with darker skin in these positions where they're not as advanced with the sub-Saharan, the subcontinent. That's something that destroys people in a way mentally, to where, like, I don't know if you're familiar with the black doll, white doll experiment from the 70s, where where they had young black kids choose a doll, and they said, okay, which doll do you want, the black doll or the white doll? And this, you can still see the videos on YouTube, but it was on television at first. And they say they want the white doll. Now, these are very dark-skinned black kids. And they say, why? And they say, because the black doll isn't as good. Now, this destroys people. This is why today, look at the president, the so-called, I don't even know what to call him, when he tweeted the former president as apes. Now, Roseanne Barr lost her show because she said something about somebody looking like the ape from I think Planet of the Apes. But now we've progressed into such an open racism that the president can tweet that, and not many people said stuff. I mean, it was horrible. And that comes from the whole Lucy, oh, there's some magical ape man that turned into a black man. But I'm saying, wait a second, how is that possible when every black, brown, whatever color the person is, has a baseline blue eye? How is it possible that when you remove melanin with the same technique, laser depigmentation, you can also remove it with bleach? They have a cream as well called Fair and Lovely that they promote through India to make darker skin lighter. So this is showing us that the melanin is on top, that it is not inherent. Now, that's a scientific fact, but that would say that we didn't just pop up out of the dirt. It would say, hey, wait a minute, there's a serious mystery here. And this is something that really needs to be addressed, because if you don't have the story of where you come from, like if you don't know where you come from, you're never going to know where you're going. You're going to be lost. Like in construction, if you're putting a tile floor down and one tile is shifted, you will see that warp going all the way down as you start to put the floor. You say, oh man, we made a mistake all the way back here. We gotta redo this. And we're at that point here to where they don't want to redo it. They'll do anything to change the information, the evidence, to fit the theory of racism, basically, because there was no scientific or pseudoscientific claim to say, okay, there is this race and that race, before evolution was taught in the classroom. And when I looked into it being taught, they fought to fight in the Scopes trial, right? They fought on a lie. They found a tooth in Nebraska and said they drew pictures of a Native American and his wife, like half, human. And then they found out it was a tooth of a pig. But meanwhile, they use that evidence to get into the schools to teach evolution as if it was a fact. Also, Piltdown Man was used, which is a very known fraud. They put together the jaw of an orangutan, the eight, part, the skull. Well, and I'm like, these guys are clearly, if you look back in history, blatant racists. Madison Grant, who wrote The Passing of the Great Race. We see it today. That same ideology, the whole, they're breeding whites out and all of that. And I'm like, okay, why is it that when I see a black person, what would be considered incorrectly labeled black and incorrectly labeled white, when they have a child, the child is mixed, but not as dark as the parent that was black. And if the lighter parent had light eyes and light hair, that actually comes through. So when they say green is a redundant gene, I'm like, well, we're not seeing that in genetics. It's kind of like a fear tactic. Or if you have green or blue eyes, don't breed it out. Again, it's the whole, what they would call white genocide type of fear that they push. Elon Musk pushes it hard, and he's an open, blatantly racist. Even the guy from Finding Gnosis, Koop Humor, that I don't agree with on many things on evolution, he openly says that. He says, "Look, this guy is basically, extremely on that racist thing." But I'd like to welcome Mr. X to the show, man. Good to see you. This is Objective Ethics, Mr. X. Yeah.
Hey, nice to meet you, Objective Ethic. Glad you came on. Love to hear your points of view. But just to say about evolution, let's not forget when Darwin came up with his theory, he thought the cell was a jelly-like substance, very simple substance. Well, science now knows that the cell is incredibly complex, more complex than they've even discovered, because there's still more complexity the deeper they go. So, if we were to use our rational, logical minds and say, due to the complexity of the cell itself, it makes more sense to say it was created rather than just evolved out of by chance. It's the science ports more towards creation. Actually, that's more of a scientific point of view than Darwinism. That's pseudoscience. It does
Well,
not fit.
well also, Ernst Haeckel, and not to, because I'm not. Well, I can't say when I look at creationists, right? Everybody's a creationist, and a lot of people don't like that
Oh,
because
sure.
people that believe in evolution think it was created by chance. So that is also saying, you can't get away from being a creationist because you either think it was created by chance, or you think it was created by some magical being, or you think it was created by something else, which is architects of humanity, and saying, okay, I could be wrong. At
Mhm.
least I'm saying that. I don't hear evolutionists saying I could be wrong. And
Oh, no.
that's how I know they most likely are. But just that is an opinion. The evidence is saying that no, you are wrong,
The
or somebody.
science is saying you're wrong. The
Yes,
science.
exactly, science. But then Ernst Haeckel takes it a step further and draws fraudulent pictures of the cells, and they expel him from his university. And his student goes on to make the fraudulent Java man, which on his deathbed admits to it. Like, look, we found human bones in the same level of strata. And, it's like, wow, so the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. But
Right.
what would you say about this objective that we need to make sure, like, this knowing where we come from is very important, and knowing something we won't know for sure, like somebody, because that like thought, not even debate, that conversation will go on for a while. But knowing how we didn't come into existence is extremely important, to say, okay, we know, if we look at it like from what we know, that humans did not come from elephants. An elephant did not give birth to a human. We know, as far as when we look at genetics, we say, yeah, the ape is and the chimpanzee are totally different. And the lie comes in of, oh, well, they're 2% similar to a chimp. That was proven to be a lie because they didn't add in what they called junk DNA. When now that they see that these are very complex systems that they didn't understand, now it's 10 to 15%. And how does apes have 48 chromosomes? Humans have 46. So you lose two chromosomes that look fused. And you become like dramatically more advanced. And so far, well, I would think advanced might not be the right word, because I don't know if you've seen the experiment, like the one with the white doll, black doll, but the other one where they had a white child, it's a black and white video, being he's with a baby chimpanzee. And I think the experiment went on for a few months and they stopped it because they thought the chimp would learn from the white baby. The white baby started acting more like the chimp. And that's when they stopped the experiment. And of course, they were going to use that to say that, look, you see, we teach the so-called, what they would call lesser races. I mean, we see it in the Bronx Zoo when they put a black man in the zoo to hold a chimpanzee, or the Benga. We see it in the World's Fair when they paraded around people as if, oh, look, these native people are not civilized. Darwin says this a lot, and people say it today. They say they're savage. So I'm like, okay, who's savage? And this is not to say that Westernization is savage, because what we see happened with the Gypsies in England and stuff like that, and the England and the Irish, we're seeing that this is the thing that it seems that something behind the scenes is controlling humans and keeping them at each other's throats. And it always comes out with a new model. It's like Malcolm X said, and I'm not a follower of Malcolm X. Everybody, I get little pieces of the puzzle. He said racism is like a Cadillac. Every year there's a new model. And it's true, you know, and this goes both ways when we see people that are racist against somebody because they're incorrectly, you know, classified as white. But it's like, what is white? I mean, I tell people, look at the books. When Italians became white, when the Jewish became white, and when the Irish became white. Those are three books written by a guy that looked into this. And of course, he's not going to know everything. But yeah, so what would you say, like, with the objective subjective on that, when we look at just the science of it, the objective, right? Because if I know it correctly, objective would be like 1 + 1 = 2, right?
You know, again, there's just so much to unpack there. I'm trying, and I've been writing notes actually just to make sure I don't lose the plot here as we go along, because it is somewhat related to I guess an ultimate topic, but we're really touching on so many different things here. So when I mentioned the before we get into the objective subjective, because I think that is important, especially when we're going to talk, if we do even get to morality and understanding objective morality.
Yeah.
I mentioned how we use things, to me, is really what's important, right? And I view this as the same way that I view religion. So I'm an agnostic. That's one of the few labels that I really adopt. I don't really like to adopt labels, because as soon as we identify with a particular label, we paint ourselves into a corner. And I think that most of us, I don't know, I can only speak for myself. I'm very much more nuanced than that, you know. So I may be like metaphysically, I would be considered like maybe a metaphysical naturalist, because I believe that numbers and logic are necessary a priori constructs that the world conforms to. It basically bridges the subjective perception, our personal subjective perception, to objective reality. But I obviously could be completely wrong about that. That's just how I view the world. But when you say a metaphysical naturalist, that could imply a number of different beliefs that I don't subscribe to. There, you know what I mean? So I try to avoid these kind of labels. When I say agnostic, I come from a theological background, in that even though I've never actually been a religious person myself, I find religion to be fascinating as a history buff. So when I was in college, almost all of my elective classes were spent studying ancient history and religion. And I even attended a Christian seminary, 2 of them actually. Now, I did not sign a statement of faith because I wasn't a Christian, and I'm not going to lie about it just to save a bunch of money. But so I had to do what's called auditing classes. So I couldn't get credit towards a degree because I wouldn't, because I said I was auditing the class and not signing the statement of faith. But I did this because that's just how fascinated I am by religion. Because when you study ancient history, you find out very quickly that religion is tied to the most ancient civilizations. By the time Sumer was on the map, they had a fully developed theology, right? A fully developed religion with a pantheon of gods and so on, and stories about floods and creation and all this kind of cool stuff. And we know that Sumer was around thousands of years, tens of thousands of years after we became hunters, and we went from hunters and gatherers to farming and animal husbandry, right? And the
Okay,
humans,
how do we know that for sure? How do we know that?
archaeology.
Okay, now the fact that we found underwater cities, which is a fact now, Dvarka, Yonaguni off of Japan, when the water levels were lower, and we're not allowed to investigate that. Wouldn't that bring up a red flag to say that Sumer might not be the oldest? That these dating methods, because there's scholars.
I don't. Oh, we Sumer could not be the oldest.
Yeah.
We can only go back to
so then hunter
so-
gatherers, right? Like if say shit hit the fan now and things got destroyed, a comet, I don't know, nukes, whatever, but things to where they're destroyed to where people die off and purposely are exterminated or genocided, like we see with tribal people. So the people with wisdom, they're killed off. I don't think any of us here on this show knows how to really smelt metal, to create steel, to refine it, right? So say people are now on the land and thousands of years go by. We're going to go back to our fail-safe mechanism, hunting, fishing, picking fruits, right? The people that know how to farm, they get killed off. So now we don't even know agriculture. So successive generations go, another 10,000 years, another 40,000 years. Cars rust, buildings crumble, cement is gone. And then you go another 100,000 years. Everything we see here today would look like North America when the arrival was here. And probably before Columbus, probably when Leif von Erikson came. So to a point where it's like, holy smoke, there's small remnants, like we see the pyramids in Mexico. We see the artifacts going down through South America, but it's a mystery. And we say, wait a second, somehow, whatever, my theory, something behind the scene, pushing humanity, not anything religious. If anything, I would say it's not really beneficial to us, more like we're being farmed in a way or controlled. Sends over, has this group that has a little technology. And it would say they sent them over to the continent now. It would be just like when Columbus came over to say, okay, these people have gun, germs, and steel, which was a book. And they're coming here with a different type of technology. I wouldn't say superior, but different. Disease may have helped them, or maybe it was something other than that. But they would, of course, and this is where inference comes in, look at them like, oh, these people are hunter-gatherers. They're living with the land. We're more civilized. And really, if you look at the word civil, it's to be compassionate, to be considerate. So there's really no civilization that is modern. If you look at tribal, you might find some of them do fight with each other, but what they forget to say is there were some that didn't fight with each other. So again, it's this fighting, struggle for survival, because it exonerates people from the crime of kidnapping, enslaving, of rape, pillage, and plunder. It says it's just evolution. So when I look at the hunter-gatherer thing, they're trying to push it with frauds that have been pulled out. Piltdown Man, Java Man, Heidelberg Man, Cheddar Man, Nebraska Man. I mean, I can count the Neanderthal Man in Neanderthal Valley in Germany. The Professor Prost was caught faking skeletons. But the problem was, by the time he was caught, people started writing these fantasy novels of Neanderthals. When you look at Neanderthal skeletons, one, it could be produced by rickets, and this is science. Two, it could also be a skeleton that lives longer than the average human because it has extended brow ridges, which continue to grow. And like I said before, anything that goes against the religion of evolution, which it really functions like a religion, it is dismissed. It is looked at as pseudoscience when it's actually science. And people wrote about this. 1984, George Orwell. Whoever controls the past controls the future. and whoever controls the present controls the past. And this is why I say it's so important, because if we go into well, we were just hunter-gatherers and stuff without thinking about and say, well, wait a second, could it be possible that there were ancient civilizations that were much more advanced? Now, this sounds ludicrous to the average person that believes in modern, propaganda, basically. I think there's a guy with a channel, Modernity or something, Watson, Joseph John Paul Watson or something like that, and extremely racist guy. And he's trying to, push his, things are messed up over in that part of the world. But, how about looking at it with a more open mind to say, okay, if you have people coming into your country, wouldn't that point toward the people in power? Like, it's like rich people have poor people thinking other poor people are oppressing them. That's what I see around the world. So I just wanted to add that in, to say, because if we go on that without saying, okay, let's question that because the science doesn't add up. If the hunter-gatherer theory, I don't know, I know you see it to where it's like, we can't investigate Yonaguni. We can't investigate Dvarka anymore. We can't dive off Brazil Antikythera to find what they even say looks like a computer. And that had to come from thousands, if not, hundreds, if not thousands of years of like building upon to even get to that. And the Greeks seemingly didn't create that. So it even goes older back to the Hellenistic type era, and possibly before that too. So now we get a different picture of reality, and we start to say, well, these hunter-gatherers that we're trying to say these people were, there was something before these hunter-gatherers that was so-called, instead of using the word civilized, but more of a city-state, like with the Mexican pyramids, which, by the way, has the same footprint as the Great Pyramid of Giza, the same acreage, but it's half the height. The test is, like we were speaking earlier when the show was starting, is that can you produce today the artifacts we see the way they say it was produced, by hammer and chisel? And the answer, technically, the construction-wise, is no. There's a person will look at you and say, wait a minute, you want me to make this sarcophagus with a chisel? Are you trolling me? Are you out of your mind? And it's like, no. This is what archaeology says. Let's just say they have steel, which they say they didn't. You can't make it with a steel chisel because steel cannot chisel granite. It's not as hard as granite. Even diamond tip steel, you're not going to be able to cut it in the ways that we see it cut. Limestone, yes. Sandstone, no. And this goes according to the Mohs scale of hardness. So, because this is a conversation. We're not having a debate. I don't have debates. I'd rather have a conversation with a person. Like, they might say, oh, it was a debate. It's like, no, it's not a debate. Objective ethics is our friend. He's our family. We're all family. This is the human family. It could go beyond that. And that's where life gets, we wonder. It gets wonderful. But yeah, so what would you have to say on that type of thing? I know it's a lot to unpack.
I'm still trying to stay on track with where I was at, and also follow along with where you're at, with where you're going as well. And so just trying to give you basically a quick summary of, so when I say I'm agnostic, just to finish that point out, isn't to get down into the nitty gritty of whether we were hunter gatherers or whatnot. And again, I'm not, it's your channel, however you think your audience is going to follow the conversation.
No. It's not about the audience. It's about.
And I'm also remiss because I forgot to thank Mr. X for the kind greeting. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much for making me feel welcome. So
I do have a question for you, Objective, when I get a chance.
Yeah, of course. So just let me try and get one complete thought out here, if I may, respectfully. So the label agnostic, when I use that label, just to finish up that point, it is based on the idea that I don't think it's possible for us to know whether there's a God or not, a quote unquote God. However, the truth of the matter is, because all things are nuanced, and because I have studied these religion and ancient history and stuff, I know where these God beliefs come from. why we invent these God beliefs and who invents them and how these stories get passed down. So when I say I'm agnostic about a God belief, it is not about these anthropomorphized gods like you find in Abrahamic religions or in Hinduism, for example. The God that I'm agnostic about would be something like, I call it the gods of philosophy, like Aristotle's unmoved mover kind of a concept, because those kind of God concepts I take seriously enough to look into and say, yeah, we really shouldn't say one way or the other because it's unfalsifiable, it's unknowable. But technically, I could be labeled a hard atheist about the Jesus God or the Allah God or something like that. I don't use the term atheist because I just don't take those kind of God claims seriously. My congestion seriously enough any more than I would take a Santa Claus claim or anything else. And I mean no disrespect to the religious people out there, because I'm not meaning to be disrespectful. I just don't personally take those claims seriously enough to consider that to be even viable. So if I called myself an atheist, I'd have to call myself an anti-Santa Clausist or whatever. So I just don't do it. I call myself agnostic because I'm agnostic about this one particular God claim. However, when it comes to so when it comes to these different labels and stuff like that, I try to be pretty flexible. I also agree with you 100% in what you said about what you ultimately were getting at. In my opinion, I would phrase it as intellectual humility. Right? We need to be very humble about what we claim to know or not know, and I think that should go on both sides of the fence on every conversation in every way. I think it was Kant, if I remember correctly, who said there's two types of knowledge that we have, or two things that we know, because in philosophy, they ask the tough questions that science can't answer. Like, where do we come from? What are we doing here? Where are we going? Right? Science can't really address those things, not completely. They can make hypotheses and theories, but intellectually honest scientists will never say this is how it happened for sure. It's a guaranteed this is the way it is. It's supposed to be a theory. That's supposed to be a theory, and a law is as close as we can get to saying this is the best we could do with the information we have at hand, but we need to always be willing to re-examine this when new information comes along. People don't tend to maintain that type of humility, and that's unfortunate, because we should all be intellectually humble and say, what can we know for certain, right? Who knows? Maybe we can't know anything, maybe we can, and we need to remember that at all times. And the final thing I would say is, just to kind of move this along, is that I don't know how much of my content you've actually taken in, Max. I don't know if anybody here has ever even heard of me, because I'm pretty small time on YouTube. I only started doing videos a few months ago. And my channel is growing quickly, considering I've got like 50, 60 videos out. I think I'm up around 20,000 views, which blows me away that people are that interested in what I'm doing. But ultimately, I've said it 1,000 times, that I don't have friends or enemies. I only have brothers and sisters. I have some brothers and sisters that I really love to spend time with. I have some brothers and sisters where I have fundamental disagreements with, and I have brothers and sisters that I can't stand to be around and I wish I could disown because their behavior is so despicable. But unfortunately, you can't choose your family, right? You got to find a way to work together, because I believe we live on one planet. I believe we are one species, and however you guys like to couch that, the verbiage or the vernacular for that, we're human beings, right? I don't believe in race, quote unquote, because that's a social construct. But if there is a race, then there's only one race. It's called the human race. And that's how I live my life. And that's what I do with my channel, trying to bring people together who have different ideas and teach them that we have to learn to work together. And we should also be celebrating diversity. We do not want to live in an echo chamber. There's very few basic fundamental principles we all need to agree on, which is what I just said, one planet, one race kind of a thing. But other than that, we need to build up and celebrate different ideas, to welcome open conversation and welcome open conflict, and try to keep it respectful, because if we're both trying to search for truth, or as close as we can come to truth, we need to be willing to let people push back on our ideas. So I'm trying to just couch everything as quickly as I can. Stop me wherever you want to. And I wrote down, so in religion, the reason I even brought up religion, I mentioned it doesn't really matter to me personally, the origins or the purposes of how these ideas like evolution or religion or whatever else it might be, history, even whatever, compared to what we do with it. Because like religion, I'm not a religious person. And I think there's been a shit ton of harm that's been done in the name of religion. That's what I have a real problem with. But I don't have a problem with religious people or religion itself. In fact, I actually celebrate religion. And giving you that glimpse into my background, I spent thousands of dollars studying a religion that I'll get no degrees for. I'll never make any money because I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not going to be an accredited Bible scholar, even though I may have that type of information or education. just because of how much I admire it. You get a lot of wisdom literature, a lot of poetry, a glimpse into our past, how we develop these social ideas and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And it's really fascinating and really valuable if we take it and use it for what it's for. Also, having grown up on the streets and having had to turn my own life around from living a very rough background to becoming a successful inventor with patents of my own, business owner, so on and so forth, to make that transition, I went through a lot. And I have seen people overcome drugs and alcohol because of their religious beliefs. I've seen people who get through really tough times in their life, losing a loved one because of religious beliefs. I've met people who are afraid of death, which is a perfectly understandable thing for most of us. We have this biological need, this drive to want to live. So that's perfectly understandable. So religion can be a very good thing for people. And it would be very irresponsible for me to go to somebody who quit drugs and alcohol because they believe in the Jesus God to say, oh, Jesus is just a fucking myth or a trope or whatever. You know what I mean? How cruel would that be for me to knock the legs out from under him like that? So I'm not anti-religion, but I can recognize that there's been a shit ton of harm done in the name of religion. Same thing with any scientific theory, like we talked about racism and evolution and everything else. So I do have some common ground, I think, with you guys in that, at least to that extent.
Well,
I'll stop there and let you. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. X and I, we have some common ground, but not all, because he has a belief in a creator and stuff like that. I'm thinking I'm more of the pure scientist, and this is why I look at evolution as just another religion, because like how if you didn't sign the papers to get the Christian thing, this is the same thing with evolution. If you cannot have somebody that questions the theory that is in a top position in a professorship. That's why I say that.
I would actually, respectfully, brother, I might push back a little bit on that. And just
I'd like to see the pushback.
If I may. So I mentioned I'm a successful inventor with 2 patents to my name. Yeah. The marine, you might see, I don't know my profile picture if you guys can zoom in enough to see, but I'm actually writing an innovative hybrid watercraft that I invented. I brought about the triform hull. I've got a design patent and a utility patent. I'm a design engineer, all because I broke into the industry having this new creative idea. Boats have been around. It's probably one of our oldest technologies is boats. People have been navigating water on hollowed out logs for thousands of years, right? They're at this point to be a licensed boat manufacturer with the U.S. Coast Guard, which means I can put what's called an HIN, a hull identification number, on the boats that I produce and I manufacture for sale. That industry is the same as the auto industry, except it's older, much older. And it is extremely highly regulated. And if you think there's not a lot of gatekeeping in auto industry, airline industry, and the boat industry, then you just aren't paying attention, right? Highly regulated.
Yeah.
Who am I to come off the streets, to get out of prison, right, for a high-speed police chase and be able to turn my life around and then become a successful inventor and licensed boat manufacturer by just breaking the mold, by coming up with a new idea, facing all my critics and putting my fucking product out there and proving it. I won a whitewater slalom contest riding my own invention down the fucking river, right? I mean, I've literally blood, sweat, and tears went into this to break into the market. That's science. Thank you. And I'm not trying to like be all egotistical.
No, I think that's great. I think it's wonderful, but I'm thinking, as I'm listening, how does that prove evolution?
Because, well, it doesn't prove evolution. No. What it proves is that science is an open platform to anybody.
Technical sciences, not theoretical science. So technical science, there, we can dispel it. We could say, look, man, you don't need to put feathers on an airplane. We know, we can test it. It flies up. So, and because I love science, bro. I've grown up. I was a scientist as a child, and people made fun of me. My cousins were like, "Ew, you want to be a scientist?" And I'm like, listen, I had to like search my own way. Now, technical science, computer, these things are beautiful because if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. This is where the lie of evolution comes in. And I've watched a few things on your channel, and I see that, Austin Sims, we had a person come on here with that name. I think it's the same guy. I have the video privatized because I was trying to clean up the channel a little. And it's very pro-evolution. You can't say anything to that guy. I mean, he is a religious, he is just as religious as a Christian. And the Christians will come out with science. And I've been accused of that. And Mr. X knows I'm not religious. He has a belief that they might call, okay, it's sort of a creator God. It could be something like a deity that is close to that. And I respect that. I'm okay with that. I look at that, okay, I don't know. I don't think it's true. I think it goes beyond that. Like how you were saying, the monotheistic. I think the more of the polytheistic, the Greeks, the Hindus, the Egyptians, with that pantheon, that starts to give a little more sense of how we learn the sciences. Like when all these religious books have a piece of the puzzle. And this is something that evolution, it cordons off the mind to think in those directions because it goes against their religion. So it's a pseudoscience disguised as a science. Now, technical science, like what you're saying about the boat and all that, that's beautiful. That is like, yes, this must work. It must adhere to the rules. The certain steel has to have a certain strength. All of this stuff because of safety, to an extent. Because if you pay people, you can grease your way through it too. But then when an accident happens, you can still pay your way through it, but it can be seen. With evolution, the lies can be covered up with the swipe of a pen, with the censorship of somebody, with the militarization of an archaeological site. Virginia Steen McIntyre is a perfect example of that. When she found artifacts in Mexico, when she sent them to be dated, they came back to over 100,000 years old. She's not practice archaeology. So it's as if I were to apply this to what you said, it's as if you see that your invention works, it's good, and they say, well, we're not going to grant you the patent. And you say, wait a minute, this is crooked. That crookedness I see clearly, anybody can see it in the evolutionary so-called sciences. But we, like in the one you're in, the technical sciences, oh yeah, that's science. That's science that is testable. It's observable, it's repeatable, it's empirical. So now we're dealing with something real. But if you start to get into something like engines, and I guarantee you, if you make a boat that will affect the fuel industry, you'll probably disappear. And we've seen this happen with people because we think that we know how the modern world is run, but it's rotten to its core. I mean, people that go against the system. I know you've seen the news of scientists coming up missing. I spoke on it in the last show because people are saying 8 or 9 scientists came up missing. Now David Wilcox, they're saying, ended himself. But then I started going into what Stephen Quayle was studying at the beginning of the millennia, where I contacted him. He wrote a book, Genetic Armageddon, about the genetically modified foods. And he also had a thing with like 20 or more scientists, microbiologists, who were ended in very suspicious ways. Car accidents, one got hit with a champagne bottle, some was open-ended. So we say, wait a second, what's this thing with scientists that are getting ended because they're finding knowledge that goes against the evolutionary model? Because if we find out again that not where we come from, but where we don't come from, to say, wait a minute, this whole ape theory is like a total lie to keep things in what they would call in line. And now it's having severe repercussions. But your science is science.
There's just so much there that I think. So one thing, and let me extend an olive branch here and agree with you on one fundamental thing that I think that enough skeptics at least.
Remember, we're not agreeing with each other. We're agreeing with the evidence. So nobody outside.
No, I'm talking about specifically about
these absolute laws of logic. Let's not forget that. It needs absolute. It can't be subjective. It has to be absolute.
What's that? I'm sorry, brother. I can barely hear you. You're so quiet.
All science needs absolute laws of logic. They cannot be subjective. When you take measurements for one of your inventions, those laws of logic have to be absolute. They can't be changing. They have to.
Yeah, I agree. We didn't really get into the definition of objective, subjective, but I agree 100%. We should touch on that if we're gonna get into
we have time, as long as you can stay, we'll keep it going as long as you. I still got like 9 hours. I mean, we can use about 5 or 6 hours. I don't think we'll be on that long because
I don't have that kind of time. I had about 90 minutes, but it's obviously going to take longer than that because we're already over now.
We can do a part 2. We can figure out, because I got a guy coming on Sunday, if it still stays. He actually took what they see in Dendera, what looks like a light bulb. It's called a Dendera light bulb. And he created it with technology. So this guy is a scientific inventor as well. And he proved by science that, hey, these things that they're saying are flowers with auras and stuff. No, this is a light bulb with a transformer with a cord. And he, I said, wow, he's got to be like in his 70s. And he's going to come on Sunday, I think it's 6 p.m. because he's older. He goes, look, by 8:30, he's already turning into a pumpkin. And I go, hey, man, it's an honor to have this guy on. I didn't think I was going to get the interview. He did an interview with Praveen Mohan, and Mr. X is, he's knows more about Praveen than I do. But yeah, we'll as much time as you can spare, and we'll do a part 2. So yeah,
I can dig it, brother. So let me just, like I said, let me finish that. So to extend you the olive branch, that I do agree when you say about the religion of evolution, for example. A lot of people who are not quote unquote religious, by meaning like believing in a god or supernatural or whatever it might be, that most of us generally think of when we think of religion, don't understand is that religion is not necessarily these days, because remember, language is fluid, right? And so at this point, what religion really entails is a set of common beliefs that bring people together. It doesn't have to have anything to do with gods or supernatural, anything, to be honest. So anything could be a religion at that point. You could be religious about a sports team, for fuck's sakes. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to just be a belief in a god or something. So they're absolutely, I would agree with you that evolution, if people are dogmatic about it, would ultimately could be defined as a type of religion, or at least be religious about that belief, so to speak. So I could find some points of agreement there. And I do agree with what the brother said about objective being following the laws of physics, right, so to speak. But there's 2 ways to understand the objective versus subjective. And this is really coming down to the topic of morality, which is really something I'm much more familiar with. A lot of what you're talking about when it comes to evolution and when it comes to some of this other stuff about ancient civilizations and stuff. Well, I do find that stuff to be very fascinating. And there are some really interesting theories out there about what do they call it? Like the alien race is not, I can't think of how it's termed. There's kind of a phrase that's coined for it. But the idea that aliens built the pyramids, or quote unquote aliens, or whatever it might be. There's actually some really interesting arguments to be made, because when it comes to like machining, for example, you mentioned making things by hand. To have lateral and bilateral symmetry and do that by hand, extremely technical. We call it machining at this point, and we use laser guided and CNC computer machines to do this, right? Computer pneumatic controlled machines that are doing this precision work. So to see that in ancient history at that level of precision, is inexplicable. Just to think
it's a
copper
signature.
tools and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. To cut these hard materials with soft metal.
So now, this is where I look at you as the authority. So you are an authority that can speak out and say, because you're a technical inventor, you understand. So when you say there's a signature from certain artifacts that is clearly had to be made with technology, is there anything like, have you studied any ancient artifacts, ancient sites like the pyramid? Like, there's tons of pictures and all of that up close, where you would say, oh no, this had to have been built by some type of machinery.
Not enough to where I would make any kind of declarative statements, but I will absolutely acknowledge that it seems improbable at best to think that some of this stuff was done by hand. The problem is that we can only really go as far back as the written record into a lot of our understanding of things. We have archaeological evidence of things, and structures like pyramids are still standing. So we do have physical pieces of evidence, but without having a written record of how, who, and why, we have to plug in so many pieces of the puzzle ourselves. And that gets to be really sticky, because there are politics involved, as you've been mentioning. I absolutely agree with you 100%. But the problem with all that, and the problem with this conversation, and I'm not trying to be critical here, because I'm a very direct person, so I'll speak honestly with you out of respect, is that we're opening up Pandora's box. You know what I mean? We've talked so much and haven't even made any progress on any one of these topics, because each one of these phrases, every one of these words could include hours and hours of content. And how are we going to have a conversation that involves all of these concepts, right? Because one of the things that when I was saying, I pushed back a little bit about, the difference between signing a statement of faith at a biblical seminary versus taking a class in biology where you don't sign the statement of faith is, when we say that some of these theoretical sciences are corrupt, like evolution or biology, is ultimately what we're saying. We're saying that biology as a science is now corrupt, because we have to understand that.
No. So see, that's over bleeding it into.
Well,
we're not saying
brother,
biology is corrupt.
Let me lay out my case for it. Let me lay out my case for it, and then tell me what you think.
Okay.
So one thing that I have learned, being in the hard sciences or the STEM sciences of engineering, that is that all scientific fields are interconnected. So there may not necessarily be a direct connection between biology and mechanical engineering, for example, but there is an indirect connection. The engineers and the mechanics, they build the machines that the doctors use to work on the patients, and the doctors use medicines the agriculture industry produces the ingredients, so on and so forth. And everything, when you actually step back and you realize that all fields of science are actually interconnected. So if any one field is completely corrupted, it fucks up the whole system. So that's one issue that
wait. That's not true, because if evolution, which it's corrupted, we know this for sure because we can present the evidence. That being corrupted is not going to affect technical science, but it will definitely affect biological, medicinal, and psychological sciences. So there are some sciences that you're right that, well, you're not right. You're presenting the evidence that's correct, because so nobody can attack us for just agreeing with each other. No, we're presenting evidence. So that, okay, evolution being corrupt is not going to affect your technical science, but it will affect biology to a point to where they call themselves evolutionary biologists. And I have a book that I was reading today that talked about the pollution of chemicals. And they said, oh, it's affecting our evolutionary biology. No, that's not true. It's affecting our biology. So they fit in the religious claim. It's like somebody saying something and say, well, go look at what God created. And it's like, wait a minute, that's not science, man. Let's keep God over there. That's cool. You have it. But let's continue with this technical science. It's like with you building the boat and you're like, hey, you know what, man, I'm going to put scales on this boat because, I worship fish or something. It's like, no, you don't need that. So evolution corruption cannot and does not, we see, affect technological science, but it does affect psychology and it affects biology. So I
would say I agree with you to an extent, but I think that because these fields are interconnected, that is, in my opinion, just demonstrable, that we can really draw a connection like a spider web, right? So think of it like this.
Okay, how is it connected to technical? How is evolution connected to how can it affect technical science?
So imagine this as an analogy. If I chop off my right hand, right, it's not going to necessarily have much of a direct impact on my legs. I can still walk to work. I can still walk to the park.
No. I'm asking, how does when you said one science being corrupt, what it shows us is that evolution is not a science. Therefore, it cannot affect the technical science.
Well, imagine it. Okay, so just stick with my analogy for one. Let me get it out here. So if I chop off my hand, right, it's not going to stop me from using my legs. However, it will impact my body overall. How comfortable am I getting the cups out and putting away the dishes or whatever? So indirectly, my entire body, directly or indirectly, is all affected by losing one of my hands. Okay. It doesn't stop my legs from working.
Yeah.
It just impacts the whole body. So that's how I mean with the sciences here is evolution. Let's say evolution is completely corrupt and it's a whatever, there's the someone behind the scenes pulling the strings, so to speak, right? The puppet master.
Well, a group of people. Let's say it's a group, because it's not one, it's like a group. So
it would have to be, I would think, a massive group. It would have to be, which is another one of the issues that I see looking at this at face value and trying to be as generous as possible. That's another question I would have for you but that's a separate question altogether.
Please go ahead.
But so the institution of science we include all of them together as one body and think of it that way. So as I said, the mechanical engineers and the electrical engineers and the design engineers, they build the machines that the medical industry, the biologists use. The biologists require the information from genetic research to make the vaccines, for example. And I'm not a biologist,
We got to
so
be
I can't
careful about
speak
talking
to.
about the vaccines. Well, just to stay within the guidelines.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I
Yeah,
didn't know that was one of
yeah.
the words we
Yeah,
could. No,
in
no, I
our
didn't know.
opinion, we would say in our opinion, but
Oh, fair enough.
you can call it the jabs or something, Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
So,
they've come down. I've gotten letters, but
no,
so
I apologize. I have no ill will towards you or your
yeah.
audience.
No,
I'm
I totally,
here.
we do it sometimes, and then we correct ourselves and we say, in my opinion, So okay,
Okay.
go ahead. I understand. I'm with
So
you with
this is
saying
kind of how I'm drawing these
technical is making
these lines.
biological stuff. Yeah, I think
Right. So that's how I'm kind of drawing lines from a mechanical science, which is what we might think of as STEM, all the way to now we're getting down to genetic research. And you think, well, the mechanical engineer doesn't have anything to do with genetic research, but they actually do interact with each other through a chain of interactions, so to speak, not causes per se. They're connected through a chain of links. So in this way, all science is connected. So I would say if one is corrupt, it affects the body of science. Now that might mean that the body of science is corruptible, and that would be problematic. 100%. And maybe that is happening. Maybe I'm just blind to it or ignorant of it, and I'm too passive.
Well, inventions like we see. I don't know if it's science, but we see that ego and corruption where, all right, we see the progress of the telephone from a corded line to a cell phone that has the power of a computer, right? So we see that progress. But for some reason, we're still using fossil fuels. You see, so it's a holding back to say, wait a second, we have working models. People have used cooking oil to run vehicles on, and it works. They've used plant-based oils that work. Hemp lubrication. In World War II, they used hemp oil on fighter planes because when they are hit with fire with gunfire, the oil doesn't smoke like regular oil to obscure the pilot's view. So the fact that we know that hemp oil and have used it as superior, but then they put it right back into the X-Files and say, no, after the World War II, now we're going to use this oil because we told you to, and we're going to point a gun at you. We're going to put you in fear. It's like your boat design. That's great. What if they come to you and they say, well, hey, you either sell it to us, and they're not going to tell you either sell it to us or they're going to just offer to buy it. And if you don't say yes, we've seen this happen with the scientists that have been disappearing, and they haven't even, most of them, as far as I know, made patents. They're just like, listen, I found this, and this right here is showing that this couldn't have happened naturally. We've seen this happen with the last jab. They were trying, look at the lies. It sounds like evolution. Oh, a bat, a pig, something was leaked. And now they're saying, no, this couldn't be that way. The stuff that was added into this so-called organism was added in. This did not happen by chance. And that's a battle now. People have disappeared. The propaganda machine comes out and say, wait a minute, this person said that if you got this, you wouldn't get sick. But now if you get it, you still can get sick. It's like, what's going on here? So it's very, very corrupt in certain parts.
There is corruption that runs rampant, and the truth of the matter is that I was bought out. Now I did it willingly. I was never threatened. I was offered a very nice sum of money to sell the rights to my patents, and I went ahead and took the offer. And they did squash the product. They literally bought it just so they could put it on the shelf because there's so much money invested in traditional monohull kayaks. There's such an industry about that to break into the market, that all this infrastructure would literally collapse, because not only do my kayaks function as a hybrid, so it's a kayak, stand-up paddleboard, towable, and motorized boat all in one. It's the most stable thing on the water. But it has this ergonomic appeal. It's so sexy, that the ergonomics of it, that I had to stop carrying it on an open trailer or tied to the roof of my car, because people were running me off the road, staring at my fucking boat, So, like, oh my God, where did that thing
Now
come
we're
from?
seeing
It came
what
from
you're
outer
saying.
space or something, and it just got to be dangerous.
Oh, okay,
So
so what you're saying about this is that not science, but corruption affected the scientific invention you had by saying, look, we're going to buy you out and we're going to hide it.
Well, I don't know if it was. I'm not saying it was corrupt. I'm just saying it did happen, that they did buy me out and they did shelf it.
So if they
Even though the product was proven, I
isn't that a form?
so they did it nice, and it's possible that
Well,
maybe
isn't that corruption? Like, say you had a medical device, and this happens just like it happened to you in technical, and they buy it out and they shelf it. That's a crime against. That's a serious crime, and it happens. So it's like saying when they say, "Oh, these herbs and stuff," you have to call them alternative. No, those are the original medicine. All medicine comes from the plant, and the world that we see is
right,
natural.
right.
So when they do this, just the fact that they shelved your thing, it's not as openly seen as if they would shelve a medical breakthrough, but it's still a breakthrough that might reduce the use for certain fuels. That it makes life better. So now looking at it as a psychologist, also as a detective, it's to say, wait a second, something is holding us back. One, definitely from finding the origins or close to it, but also with progressing forward. And this is horrible to say that, wait a minute, I want to try the kayak. I want to see people use that. But this corruption of money now, it influences science dramatically. Like you were saying, how if one science, it affects the other. Corruption, I think, affects it probably the most. Would you agree?
I would. Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. So this is deep. I don't know if Mr. X, your mic was a little low, but yeah, but I think he's doing something. But please go
Let me,
forward.
Mr. X, you said you had a question before and we're almost at 90 minutes already and haven't even discussed my views
Yeah,
on
you know what? I think he's on mute. I think he muted himself. So yeah, just progressed with the morality of objective, subjective.
Okay, and let me just wrap up this other just by saying, again, we may not wrap up, but just like maybe put a pin in it for another time. But in philosophy, I started to mention Kant, and there's philosophy. They ask, what can we know? And we are talking a lot about that right now, right? And Kant, and I believe it was Kant. I might be misquoting him to somebody else, but I think it was Kant who said there's two ways that we collect information. We have what we call empirical knowledge, and that's what we use the scientific method for. Mm-hmm. And then we have what we call practical certainty. And this is how we function in life, right? And so practical certainty and empirical knowledge are not the same thing. They're two different types of understanding the world that we live in. And when it comes to the big questions, where did we come from? What are we doing here? And where are we going? We cannot get that from the scientific method. That the empirical knowledge isn't going to answer those questions for us. We can get some really great insight into things, but we can only go back as far as the Planck length. So where did we come from? We'll never really know, not empirically. Now we can make some really great philosophical arguments for where we think we might come from, and so on and so forth.
No, you're right about that. But what we miss is what's very important is it, and you're right. I agree with the evidence you're bringing forth. It cannot tell us where we exactly come from, but very importantly, it can tell us where we do not come from. So knowing the not is so important. It's like being in a dark hallway and it has obstacles, and now it's there's stuff you don't want to trip over. What is not the hallway? The wall. You can use the wall to guide you down the dark hallway. You're never going to see what's in the hallway. You're going to feel it. But you're not going to trip over it because you're keeping your hand on the wall, moving forward, touching what is not the hallway to walk through the hallway. So knowing that we don't come from an ape or don't come from by chance, it's saying, okay, so we can mark this off the list. And as we go forward, we start to say, okay, we're not going to figure out where we come from, but we know definitely that this is not true. Technical science does the same thing. We know that this doesn't work. Edison with the light bulb. Oh, you failed 25,000 times. Nope, I learned 25,000 ways how not to make a light bulb. So the not is, we live in a culture where they don't respect the not. They try to, oh, don't worry about that. No, that's extremely important. It's like
Well,
our shadow self, you know.
yeah, what Edison was talking about, and this is what I think a lot of people misunderstand about the scientific method. The scientific method is not actually out to prove things, it's out to disprove things. And when you can no
Exactly.
longer disprove it enough, then
Yeah.
you realize you're onto something.
Yeah, and that's
It's
the knot.
counterintuitive in that way. And
Exactly.
now, not all scientists are taking it, taking the right path. There are a lot of scientists, because we're human beings and we're flawed, that are out to prove something, right? But ultimately, technically speaking, the benefit, the beauty of the scientific method is your goal is to disprove yourself. And if you can't do it, and if you peer reviewed can't do it, and if your colleagues and your competitors can't do it, then you know what? You're onto something. Success. You're on the right track. That's what it's supposed to be set up. Now, there is a lot of corruption. There's a lot of stuff where you get some people who are studying a field that not enough people know about. And so you have to kind of trust a person to a certain, you know what I mean? If physics is
the practical certainty,
right?
Exactly. What you brought
exactly.
up. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
So I think when it comes to the objective subjective, and I don't even know if we're really going to get too far into this at this point, this late in the conversation, but it is an interesting thing to try to understand, because there are actually two different ways to understand the objective versus subjective. And you can adopt it from either a dualistic, not Cartesian dualistic, but maybe just the idea of dualism from the physical versus the consciousness being fundamental aspect of non-dualism versus dualism. Leave out the mind, independent mind from body kind of thing. And you could say, you could address it from either position. So one is the way that I use objective when I talk about objective morality, which is what I believe morality is actually objective, because I believe that it's grounded in nature, which is objective. And I believe that it is can be defended into a normative ought at an objective end. So you can start objectively and you can end objectively, but you have to run it through the subjective mind, because we're people. So how do you get to objective? Well, the metaphysical understanding of objective would be stance independent or mind independent. And that's mostly how people use the word objective. But there's another way to understand objective, which is simply based on facts. And it could be a fact that you think the best flavor of ice cream is vanilla or chocolate or whatever, and I think the best flavor is strawberry.
No, but that's not a fact, right? Is that a fact or an opinion?
It's a fact that we both believe that.
No, it's an opinion.
Exactly. It is. It's a fact that that's our opinion. It's not a fact that the best flavor is vanilla or the best flavor is strawberry, but it is a true fact that you and I have a belief. You see what I'm saying there? So understanding that difference is really important when it comes to anything in life. So the only issue then becomes to understanding objective versus subjective is if a person's going to say, well, if there is a mind that's like let's say it's we're in solipsism, well, then everything is subjective, right? And nobody can get out of hard solipsism, so who really knows?
And for people that don't know, that's you thinking the mind is all that exists. You right? If I know it correctly, right?
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
And it's not just the mind, but it's your own mind.
Exactly.
Because that's the only thing we have direct access to is our own mind. And
So
everything filters through that. So that's why hard solipsism is considered one of the unsolvable problems, because even if we try to say point at machines and everything else, ultimately we're processing all the information, touch, sight, smell, everything else through our own mind. That's the stop gate. And because we can't get out of that, we cannot get out of solipsism.
Yeah, solipsism. And, it gets deep with solipsism, because I wonder, can it go into the theory of, okay, my mind is all that exists. Everything exists, it's part of my mind. Your mind is the same thing. So are we sharing a dream? Like, is it going into that? Because that's another theory that says, look, we're just sharing a dream. Some people, some religions say we're just walking each other home. But the sharing the dream type of thing, it really makes me wonder to say, okay, solipsism, it's an extremely profound concept. I don't totally agree with it, but I'm saying, like you said, it's very hard to disprove that, to say, how do we even begin to say it also, to me, it makes me like really think about the nature or the fabric of existence, to say what is existence itself. So we have a difference between reality and existence. And I tried to explain this to a guy last night who was very educated, but he was a little out there. And I go, look, your perception of reality will always be greater than reality. You'll what you believe or what you think perceive reality to be is greater than reality itself. And the way to prove that is something you didn't think was true and you find out is true later. You say, wow, I perceived that as being true before. But now that something changed my mind or allowed me, I accepted the evidence, I see that, wow, what I perceived wasn't actually reality. And this is a way to control people with power and stuff like that. Their perception, power is just psychological power. It's all in the mind. Say this guy is an authority. This is, government. We're going to create a fictional entity to create a fictional character called an authority to create a fictional law. And then people will say, well, what are you saying? That we shouldn't have laws? It's like morality goes ahead of law, because law allows you to pollute the river, allows you, the law allows this much particular. Morality does not allow that. To say, listen, both of us benefit from a clean river. So this is very important, especially when we look at the warfare that's going on. It's like, okay, look, no matter what problem we have with each other, don't kill the buffalo. Don't poison the land. We both need that. And that's morality. Law will get one side and say, well, hey, the law is, I'm telling you what to do. These people are the enemy. It's like, wait, no, they're not the enemy of me. They're somebody you're trying to get me to go hurt. Religion does that, and state, because I was in the military as a teenager. So it's like, wait a minute, this is we're just crooks with machine guns. When you really look at it, it's like, what about was the army going to protect me? No. All they're there to do is arrest and kill people. And that's honest. I mean, one lady, a librarian I talked to, she was like, so what are you saying? I said, we're just, I said, it's crookery. General Smedley came out and talked about that after, they were basically used as hired guns for the oil companies in Mexico. So it's like, holy smokes. And this brings a pretty big thing into a lot of stuff. It really makes me think that and this is coming from the solipsism thing, but it's a deep concept, man. When I think about, I tried to explain it to the guy that, look, our perception of reality will always override what reality is until we're able to look through that veil. And one way to explain it too is like, okay, you're not the same person you were when you were 15 years old. What you thought to be true back then, your perception of reality then is greater now. Now you can perceive reality different, but it's still, even now, you're not seeing the true face of reality. You'll never see the true face, but at least we can get closer. Some people, they don't change. If somebody like, I think it was Muhammad Ali said, look, the same man for 30 years, it hasn't grown. He goes, if you haven't changed, how do you grow? And they keep people, or people allowed themselves to be kept in a mental cage. That's why I did a stream, the mental cages of society. And religion is very strong on that. It's very strong on that. And sometimes the so-called sciences are too. What would you say to what you were saying, practical certainty? Do you have any good examples of that?
Well, I think religion would be a good example of practical certainty. It's something that people use to function, but whether or not they can actually prove or disprove. And we touched on this a little bit, but didn't necessarily get into it. But I was going to mention this earlier that, you mentioned that we can prove where we didn't come from, for example. And I think that when it comes to burden of proof, there's a lot of misunderstanding about how that goes, in my opinion. I think that a lot of people don't understand that when you make a claim, you technically, you take on a burden of proof. You assume at least a certain element of burden of proof just by making a claim. However, the burden of proof is always going to be shifted towards the person making the positive claim. So if we say we didn't come from monkeys or whatever, and then we say, okay, so that is a claim, and that claim does take on a burden of proof. However, the stronger burden of proof is going to be, well, where did we come from? as opposed to just hand waving something away, say we didn't, or not hand waving away. Sorry, that's not how to say that, but to deny it. And we can, so I could say, well, we didn't come from pink unicorns, and I can point at all the horses and say there's no pink horses, there's no horses with horns on their heads, those are rhinoceroses, and so on and so forth. And I can get people to say as a general consensus, yeah, you're right, there's no evidence of pink unicorns producing people, so it's a pretty safe bet. But I can't actually definitively prove that nobody comes from a pink unicorn or that pink unicorns don't exist. Maybe on this planet, I might be able to do that through technology, like scan the whole planet. Nope, not a single pink unicorn.
Wouldn't practical certainty play a part in that to say, well, wait a second?
Yes, right. That's exactly what practical certainty is. Okay. But when it comes to saying where did we come from, we can look for, or maybe not, maybe we never will get that answer. I don't think we can.
No, I don't think we can. I don't think it's obtainable because
I don't think so either. I don't think so either. But I admit that I could be wrong about that. But I just think
logically, if we think
laws
about
of physics are too limiting to
but
that.
Even if we had more physics, like let's say something came down, like say an alien, and it says, "Look, I created everybody," or "We created everybody." And look, we can raise the dead. We can do all of this. They could still be lying to us.
Right. Exactly. I mean, it would be very compelling, but it could still be a total lie.
Exactly. So that shows me that, and I have to be comfortable with that to say, man, we're not going to know that, but I might be able to know where we don't come from. I don't know where we're going because I asked my friend, I go, look, man, we can't figure this out. And he kept me grounded in reality. He goes, listen, bro, we don't even know where this is. And I was like, wow, that is deep, man. That is deep. We don't know who we are. We don't know what we are. And we don't know where we are. And we don't know when we are. So it's like Alan Watts was saying, let's begin where we are. We don't know. Now we can move forward with a real base, with a solid foundation. Because if we build these suppositions, the higher you go, the harder the fall. I agree with you that some people, religion helps them. I definitely agree with that. It prevents us, I don't want somebody to, if it might prevent them from being violent,
Bro, there are people out there. I'm telling you right now, there are people out there, sick, twisted motherfuckers who would lock somebody in their basement if it wasn't for the fact that they believe there's an angry old man in the sky who throws lightning bolts at sick people who locks people in their basement. You know what I'm saying? It's out there. It stops people from doing really twisted stuff, which it's unfortunate that there are people who need that belief, even if it's true or not. I don't care. Just the fact that they need to think that in order to not do really messed up stuff. But it is true.
Yeah, absolutely. But now morality can do that too, right?
Sure. So it can't. Well, here's the thing: when we say morality can, there is a difference between morality and law. And you were touching on this, and you're absolutely right, brother. There is a difference, which is why they say you can't legislate morality, because they're two different fields, right? Morality is separate from law. Now, that doesn't mean there isn't crossover. Like we say, for example, unaliving people is illegal. Well, it just so happens that's also immoral. So there is crossover, right? But ultimately, you don't legislate morality. Morality is something that is set up because there's an objective moral truths out there that are just true because of cause and effect and the laws of nature and the laws of physics. That's what ultimately runs things, in my opinion.
But who decides what's immoral and what's unimmoral? Because Ted Bundy has a totally different view of what would be moral.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely right about that. Ted Bundy does, and so does everybody else. So the way that I come up with this concept for objective morality, I run it through nature, in that we are a cooperative group. However you want to demarcate us from the tigers and the roses and everything else, human beings are a unique group, right? So we are cooperative. We need each other, and we need to cooperate in order to survive and flourish.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. We've had too much genocide, too much oppression.
Sure, I see that. But that doesn't negate the fact that we're still cooperative. So we have in groups and out groups. And that's where you get all these bombs going across the borders and stuff like that, because of these in groups and out groups. Within the group, though, you would not be here if your mother didn't nurse you. You didn't if you were just dropped off on the side of a road somewhere as soon as you were born, you wouldn't be here. So you are evidence that you require a level of cooperation for your survival. And that's just a fact. It's undeniable. You weren't raised by wolves, right? You can't be. And so because of that, to whatever degree you want to extrapolate that, to understand that at the core, we are cooperative.
Yeah, I want to. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Or do you see what I'm zooming in on?
Yes.
Okay. Now I took a picture of this in the museum, right? Years ago. When you look at this, does this give you the sign of machining? I don't know if you can see my mouse.
Absolutely. But there could be, so.
Not the top part, but this part right here.
Yeah. Yeah. No, there are. Now, I have no way of knowing how this was built or where it was from or what it came from. But
well, this is from ancient Rome. This is from ancient Rome. And to me, this is done with a router. I mean, and it's made of rock, so.
Well, the tooling is you can build tooling to get a circumference, and you could do it in ancient Rome, no problem. Yeah. You could set something up on a wheel. You could tie it to another fixture, for example. So imagine this: you could put your finger on a string and put a pencil at the end of the other end of the string and run it around at full taut of the string, and you will get a circle using just a piece of string and a pencil, right? Mm-hmm. So it's not like you can't build tooling to produce circles. The question comes into how did they cut that material with what they had to work with? Now we're talking about Rome, so we're into the Iron Age, but it still requires, because of the bevel that you see in that, how did they get that to work out without the trigonometry or the calculus? That's the mind fuck right there.
Yeah. So it's like, because I'm looking at the planing aspect of this, and I'm saying to myself, and the height of it. I mean, these things go up like
moving that stuff, the incredible amount of weight. That's just phenomenal.
This type of lip that it pulls on it, and there's like one that I have to where it goes. There's a lip on this jasper. Now we're dealing with the hardness on this one right here. So this one right here. When you look at the lip, now this is jasper, way harder. It's harder than steel. And this lip right here, when I look, I'm saying, wait a minute, that's like, you're not making this with a hand tool. I mean, this is like some serious level type of like I don't know what type of router this would be. And of course they destroyed it. So where, it's like, man, this is, it's like, man, there is so much like this right here too. This is granodiorite, way harder than steel. And when I look at this, when I took this picture, and I'm saying, wait a second, was this rock soft, or how are you making something like this? That's the watches. This one here. When I look at the corners right here, is this showing like the flatness of this? Is this the curvature? Would this be a sign of machining?
Well, it's not just machining, but it's laser level precision. That's the stuff that freaks you out the most. When you get into it's like, I've seen them hook up laser levels to sarcophaguses and stuff in ancient Egypt. So now you're going back, you're talking about Rome. Well, you can go back another 2,000-3,000 years.
Yeah. Well, this right here is Egypt. This one here is Egypt. And when I looked at this, I got low and I said, wait a minute, this is a corner in here. And this is some harder than steel stone. And that's why I took such in-depth pictures. And even like these are hieroglyphs, and I'm saying this looks like a building, and this is Egyptian too. This right here is another. Would you say that this is machining here?
It certainly appears to be. I mean, I don't know how else you could, because of the lateral and bilateral symmetry. That's the crazy thing about it. Like, I mean, that's what makes it so fascinating. It is at every angle. If you hooked up calipers or lasers or whatever measuring device you wanted to something like that, you would find precision machining, precision symmetry. And it definitely seems like, but remember though, we have lost, I think, a great deal of technology for whatever reason, whether it was nefarious or it was just because, collapses of society.
Both.
Well, I'm sure you must have, you've probably done videos on it. You know about the coral castles and that whole story,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Yep.
But now look at this Dendera light bulb here. When you look at this artifact, well, this is on the wall, and on many walls. They have one with doubles here. And this guy is coming on. He built this. He looked at this and he said, look, this looks like a transformer. He said, this is the part that goes into the gaseous bulb. This is the cord going to the power source. And the fact that it's seen on other walls. And when he did it, it had like a wiggly line when the plasma was electrified. So I'm finding stuff that is like I took these pictures. These look like airplanes. And when I showed what fighter jets look with the teeth, I said, this is very, this is like, holy smokes. You know, I just, the microphone. I mean, it looks like a microphone when I think about that. And it's found also in Colombia in gold. So Egypt, 4,000 years old, 4,100, verified by the museum. And I'm saying this looks like sonic projection coming out of it. I also, you know, I did a video of it. I said, this is like the microphone's cover, the coupling device, the sonic projection. You know, deities, you know, and this is compared to a modern microphone. So the stuff that I found by doing, you know, by being a scientific researcher, I'm saying this goes far beyond what they're trying to tell me. That this really, it dismantles Darwinism. It's saying, no, 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 we have had extremely advanced technology, and it seems to point toward our technology coming from that, being re-engineered, reintroduced somehow. So I'm glad, you know, to show it to you, because your opinion on that, or more better worded, your expertise on that, is saying, look, we have somebody that actually is an expert in technical design, and he himself is saying it looks like it's been machined. Am I correct?
Oh yeah, if I'd have known we were going to go down this road, I would have actually probably prepared some slides for you, something of when I actually built the mold that I used to form the plastics. I settled on thermoform technology for the boats I built, but there's a lot of different mediums you could have used, a lot of different technologies I could have done, but I selected that because of cost and recyclability and renewability, so on and so forth. And to build the mold, when we machined it, you get the same type of ergonomics that you're showing there. And we use CNC machines to do it. I mean, there's no way you can hand plane that kind of stuff. I mean, I can't see it anyway myself. Yeah. I shouldn't say there's no way, but I don't have the ability to do it. I'm pretty good with tools myself, and there's no way I would.
Yeah, no way. Is that practical certainty? Basically, it's saying no. There really is no way to do that with hand tools.
It seems unfathomable to me that it would.
Exactly. So this is great, because you're the expert on that. And then Sunday, hopefully, the other guy who's the expert on building what he said, I was like, holy smokes, this guy actually made working models to say, no, 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 I'm going to show this by science. So this is where I find it to be fascinating, because now existence, the wonder is there. And when you wonder, life can be nothing less than wonderful. And this is great. I mean, the fact that, you know, for sure, like you're saying, yeah, I can't see any way. Like when I bring it to granite workers and I say, hey, can you make this with even hand tools that like you know, something that is a plug-in, maybe a hand tool that's that's a power tool, and they're like, no, it's very hard. The distance, the planing over such a long area with that density of rock. They said, you're going to make a mistake. Maybe if you have a guide to it. So now if they need today a power tool with a guide, and they're telling us, well, these people are working with steel that doesn't have power tools, that shows us that, wait a minute, there's something that we're not being told. And the evidence is in the signature. So again, we're looking at what couldn't have made it. We don't know what actually made it. Some people might say aliens and all of that, which I'm not too sure about that, because I'm saying, wait a second, it's just really giving the sign of technology, of saying, like you said, it has to be made with certain computer laser and stuff like that, right?
But
Yeah,
can I just add something? Why did they build those scriptures to these so-called gods that they worship, all the ancient structures, if it wasn't some type of other race that built this thing?
Well, again, that's speculative, because if we stay just based in science, like technical science, objective is the expert to say, okay, look, this is what I would do today. If you're asking me to do this without lasers and stuff like that, I'm not sure it can be done. So now, why they built it or who they built it for, you know, that's definitely a question to be talked about. But you know, the evolutionists will attack that. I mean, they'll say, you know, and this is where you and I, we have a different thing. So I figure, okay, well, for lack of a better word, we won't muddy the waters with the saying, okay, this is a technical thing. When we look at this, that's amphiborite. the one that I showed with the square corners.
Well,
That's
and the
it.
other thing about the square corners is what you didn't see is if you were expecting to kind of answer it just with a simple answer and say, oh, well, they had some kind of a circular saw invention that we just don't have any evidence of, or it doesn't work because there's no overcut marks. There's no drill marks. So how did you get your corner without softening the stone, without using lasers? I mean, to get a 90-degree corner, how are you doing that without overcut marks or a drill mark? You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. And even a drill mark is not going to get you at 90 degrees necessarily. So it's the technology, the precision is, in my opinion, they don't have a good answer to say that we used to have that knowledge at that level of precision, at that technical of a level, and then we've somehow forgotten that. Yeah, exactly. So you don't.
They definitely had a very well understanding of advanced mathematics to do what they've done.
Yeah,
we can all agree on that.
I'm not seeing any overcut marks. I'm not seeing any drill mark there. So
and when I compare it to the modern surface, this is a softer rock. Yeah, like this corner going in there, that it actually meets. So there's no overlap. I looked in there, I couldn't get the camera deep in there. And the one before it, like this is a shot when I came out to it. So even the curvature on this, I mean, it is so perfect. This lip here, when I looked at it, and I'm saying, man, it meets. Oh man, I pressed the wrong thing. Okay, it meets like perfect. I mean, this is and this is after thousands of years. Now, I call it like the Dracula box or something. I'm like, what? When I looked at this, I said, man, how is this actually made? And this box here next to it gets even deeper with these circular carves in there. I'm just like, what the heck is this? You know, this is made out of quartz. Now, quartz is a 7, steel is a 6 on the Mohs scale. This is giving like signatures of like. Also, this is fractured quartz, so you have to have a level of craftsmanship because it'll shatter. I interviewed a guy that works with quartz, and he's like, "Look, you touched the wrong thing here; it will crack, man." And these are from I think they're from Rome. I think these are from Rome. And that's in the museum of the Metropolitan Museum. You know, this is a gray wax stone. So I'm looking at this like, wait a second, man. How is this possible? This is granodiorite. I mean, when I look at stuff like this here, like, you know, how is this carved in there like that? It looks pressed, actually. But you know, that's just my theory. I'm not sure about it, especially even this, man. I'm like, what the heck? And this thing is like 10 feet tall. It's like right as soon as you walk into the museum. When I look at stuff like this is again granodiorite and 2 different types of hieroglyphs. These hieroglyphs look pressed into there, and then these hieroglyphs looks like they're scribbled. So it's definitely 2 different.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I haven't done deep dives into this stuff because there's only so many hours in a day. But that is one thing that you will notice if you probably, having done a lot more research into this, are well aware of this, that so much of this stuff looks like what they've done is people have discovered these things and then written their own signature on top of it.
Exactly.
Because the level of precision is completely lost in the art in it. Not every time, but a lot of times.
Most of the and this is something archaeologists don't want to attribute, and they'll say, "Oh no, they're the ones that." And it's like, no.
That doesn't hold water because how is it that they were so precise, laser level precise, and then all of a sudden they let a 4-year-old go in there with a box of crayons or something and fucking write their name on it? Doesn't make any sense, you know.
Great analogy, because I actually have very good close-ups of that too, where I show the baboon pressing. You can even see the iris in the eye. Now you're looking at granodiorite, so that's something where if you took a steel chisel and you scraped it across it, it would leave a silver mark like a crayon. So this is how hard this rock is, and I've studied that rock. I mean, the people in the museum actually know me from the amount of times I've been there, and I'm just, you know, looking at it, taking pictures. I have hundreds of pictures of it from different angles, and that's just one sarcophagi. Not to mention the lid, it's just what they also put on it. I mean, there's pictures of right triangles with the angle going way beyond Pythagoras' theorem. I mean, this, because I call it the squaring formula. And I'm saying this is showing that there is so much in history that not only we don't know, but is being purposely covered up. Because the whole thing is I called up a company. They told me they would have to build something like that in 3 pieces. I said, no. I wanted it in 1 piece. So how much money, like, would it cost? And they're like, listen, we can't deliver it. The thing is too heavy. We'd have to. And I'm like, wait, there's no way. And they're like, that's just, now you're looking at technical science. So you're not going to be able to go against that. And it's saying, like you said, laser precision. I took a laser. It's a construction laser, a leveling laser, and I used it on that. And I have pictures with that. And it is, like you said, it's laser precise. So I'm saying we have laser precision, and like you said, somebody comes in with like a diamond tipped. Diamond tipped steel might be able to do that scribbling that you see into it, but it's clearly from a later civilization, that scribbling, than the people that made it, the box and the angles and stuff. And this can be clearly seen in the Pantheon. They're saying that couldn't have been made today without steel rebarb. It's seen in the Parthenon. It's seen in the Egyptian pyramids of Giza. And it's also seen in India with like the Temple of Kailasa and stuff like that. So I'm glad that you got a chance to look at it. I mean, that's like you were saying, the practical certainty kind of says, okay, we know for sure this is not made with a hand tool that isn't powered. Like you were saying, it doesn't have the overcuts, right? And that square.
Right, exactly. But it would take empirical knowledge to prove how it was made.
Mm-hmm.
So we can see an example of difference. Now, my wife has contacted me. She might be bringing some food home. It's running pretty late at my house, but let me see if we could kind of land this plane at least to some degree, because we've really touched on so much that's going to go unresolved in this conversation. To answer the brother's question about morality and the objective, because so for example, in my view, slavery didn't just become wrong because we decided 200 years ago that it was a bad idea to own another human being as property. Slavery's always been wrong. It's always been immoral. We just finally figured it out. And I see this as the same way of a lot of things. The world didn't just become a sphere, because we started testing various measurements, right? Yeah. It's like the slope of the earth and such a circumference and things like that. It's always been a sphere for thousands of years, tens of hundreds, however long we've been on this planet, who knows? But most of that time, people thought the earth was flat because when you just look out, it looks like it's pretty flat other than the mountains and stuff, right? But it wasn't. It was never flat, as far as I know. And so at that point, the same thing with morality. Just because we have thought a lot of really messed up stuff doesn't mean any of that was true. So morality works on its objective because the laws of cause and effect, which are the phenomenon of cause and effect, which are ultimately run by the laws of physics, right? Mm-hmm. That if you and I are living on an island together and I come and steal all your coconuts, you're not going to trust me. That's just a fact. And I don't determine that. You don't determine that. It's because of what it means to cooperate, to work together, and how we are going to rely on each other, not to come steal each other's coconuts. We're going to ultimately, to live our best life on this island, need to work together and not steal each other's coconuts, right?
But objective, doesn't those laws require mind outside the human mind in order to be
that's
objective?
A whole separate conversation, to be honest with you. That's kicking the can down the road. And I'm just talking about, so at the fundamental level where we both have common ground, we're both here right now. How we got here is, in my, a separate question altogether.
Well, not how we got here, but for those moral laws,
we can have that conversation, and I'm more than willing to do that. But no, I don't think you don't get the issue with. So what you get into, and it depends on what you're pitching right now. Because if this mind has a will, then it can't, right? And then it cannot be moral. If it's the foundation of morality, then it cannot also be moral and act morally and think moral thoughts, because you get into a circular fallacy there, right? Whereas if nature doesn't have a mind, but laws and effect or cause and effect determine certain outcomes, then you can get this objective standard just by the laws of physics. If there's no mind, if there's a mind, you can't get to the
moral values by laws of physics.
What's that?
You can't get moral values by laws of physics, though. It's not a scientific issue at that point. Moral laws.
So it is because of like I said, if I steal your coconuts, you will not trust me. That's how the human mind works.
Not everybody. Not everybody.
People who have
Subjective
rational,
ethics.
reasonable minds that function normally will.
Well,
Now, there
Who
are
defines
people
what's
who are-
rational? Who defines what's rational? That's the issue.
how we define what we would think of as being normative, right? So normative is only useful for people that are not psychopaths or underdeveloped or young children because they don't know it and their mind isn't developed enough.
But if it's just our human mind, it's all subjective. It's up to the individual. Everybody's going to have a different interpretation.
Well, it could fit into Bonhoeffer's theory of stupidity, or fit into the definition of what they say insanity, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, which I'm not sure if that's the definition, but if the person is stealing coconuts and they're constantly stealing coconuts and you don't realize, like, look, I can't trust this person, then you're just going to be prey for a predator.
Of course.
So, like how Objective is saying, it's somebody underdeveloped, somebody that, that's the only way that would come from. And, as you start to, I guess, become more aware of something, you'll say, no, you can't trust this person because now you're starving because that person is a thief. And it gets even worse if they're not just stealing it to eat, if they're stealing it to sell it. So now you're definitely going to starve. So it does. I see what he's saying. It's like, it's a really, this is deep, man, because
we're just animals evolved to a higher order. You could just say that's your chemical imbalance.
No, I don't think it can really be put into that thing, because morality, when you look at it, it's like, I can understand, like, all right, if we look at animals, if a monkey was to take all the bananas and hoard it, right? Scientists would study what's wrong with that monkey. If a human does it, they put him on the cover of Forbes magazine. Right?
There's truth to that. That's actually a really relevant analogy, as humorous as it was. Also, if you study or look into studies on primates, they run by the same rules. It's all social species will. If all the wolves, right, if the one wolf takes all the food and doesn't share. And now they have a hierarchy, right? The matron, I think in the wolves, it's a matriarchy. So the female wolf might eat first. The male lion might eat first. They're going to get the quote unquote lion's share, but the whole group has to eat, or the pride will devolve eventually. It can't because you
look at government steal.
But wait a minute. With the wolf, there are studies, and this is where it goes beyond the basic. Chimps and apes and gorillas go to war, but it's different. Like the alpha stuff that we've been taught is proven to be wrong. The wolves actually work with crows. This has been proven. And
there's a lot of symbiotic relationships in nature.
Yeah. So now,
go ahead.
Crows even speak. Like crows will speak like a human. And these are things that when we're finding parrots, crows, other animals that are talking, dogs and cats are even mimicking human vocal words, mama and stuff like that. And it's like, holy, seals. They have seals that were talking and singing. So when I look at this and I say, is it some type of intelligence that's in the air between us? Is it, some people call it the ether. I think it comes from the Greeks, the ethereal, the upper air that the gods breathe and stuff like that. And it makes me wonder that, I'm not saying that it's a religious type of God, but it's something that would be considered more than human, superhuman, just the way we see a difference between us and a chimpanzee. There is something that will have that difference, and we would look like the chimpanzee compared to it. And then it might look like a chimpanzee compared to something even more advanced. And a human that doesn't know might look at that thing as a god or a deity. And that makes a lot of sense when we look at the pantheon of gods. Like when we look at, okay, why did they say that everybody has a piece of the puzzle? Why did they say the water and the land was created somehow? And then we have the Greeks saying Poseidon is the god of the water and Apollo's the god of the sun. Everything I look at looks like a type of artificial construct that is disguised as nature. And that's even deeper, man. When I look at that, I say, okay, this is going to take some more research, but it shows me that this whole, the apes and these skulls, it's really skull worship when I look at the evolutionary religion. And I'm saying it's not just a part of it, it's more of the majority of it, if not all of it. I mean, Richard Dawkins, when I listen to some of these guys talk, and he's like, well, why would the mind not be just chemical neurons and stuff? It's like, well, look at you're telling me that language and different languages and all of this stuff was just created by random mutation and natural selection? That practical certainty kind of disproves that, to say no, that there's no way. A wasp that injects a caterpillar to make larvae that eat the parts of the caterpillar but know not to hit the vital organs. I mean, there's no possible way that that's going to evolve by random mutation and natural selection. I mean, it's just improbable. Not to say that anything is impossible, but you're not going to roll the dice and get a 6 and a 1 10 million times in a row. You might get it 100 times, maybe 1,000, but not 20 million. It's just not, and these numbers to just form 20 amino acids into a protein, you're going into quintillions, trillions, quadrillions, quintillions. So these are what you were saying, the practical certainty can be applied to a lot of this stuff. And what you said about morality is very, I think it's very true that if somebody, the coconut thing is pretty good. I kind of.
But doesn't the government steal from us every day and we accept it? The government steals from us.
We don't trust the government.
So a lot of people do. A lot of people do.
Well,
MD?
maybe they do. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I think they're insane. But as Varun, did you have something?
Yeah. Is it okay if I can ask objective ethics a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, objective ethics.
Good afternoon, brother. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, same here. I too believe in your theory that objective morality is far more superior to subjective ethics, because when you have subjective morality into the question, the person will perceive things the way he wants to perceive. Perception is nothing but your thoughts based on what you see or how you see reality. So then he'll actually think that whatever I do is right, and he'll start thinking that he'll justify his actions by some kind of a superiority complex, and he'll start simply dominating others. It can lead to unwanted it can lead to the creation of unwanted concepts like racism and casteism and other types, and classism as well. So don't, in that way, actually objective ethics, it makes more sense than subjective morality. So I'm with you on this, actually, objective ethics.
Well, I agree with you. Now, I don't make the argument for objective morality because I recognize that it is more beneficial. It has a stronger position ontologically, or epistemically, I should say, so that if we believe that there is an objective standard, then that's a much stronger argument than our own subjective standard because of what you just said, right? And I think that ultimately the reason I believe in objective morality is because I can make a stronger case for objective morality than I can for subjective morality, even though I push the idea because I think in additionally to that, it's more beneficial to society to think that there's an objective standard. So I think that I agree with you 100%. There is a utility to it. So the same thing with non-dualism, for example. I'm really agnostic about the dualism versus non-dualism question. I think it's a fascinating topic, but I think that the way that I live my life, it would be as if I believe in non-dualism and I believe in karma and I believe in reincarnation, because I find that this is the most beneficial way, most fulfilling way to interact with other people. Now, do I think that those things are true? Not necessarily. I don't make those as truth claims, and I wouldn't try to convince somebody that something like reincarnation or karma or any of that's true, because I don't know. But I think there's a practical application for those beliefs, because if we believe we're all brothers and sisters, we're less likely to screw each other, hopefully, right? Yes. So I think there's a usefulness to it.
So you're saying that's subjective. You're saying that's subjective.
What's that?
You're saying what you just said, that we're all brothers and sisters, is an objective moral, right?
No. I'm using it as an analogy for usefulness. I think it's useful to live a better life, to believe that we're all brothers and sisters. So that's how I live my life. Do I
But
think
isn't
that
that your subjective moral code? That's your
no,
subjective
I'm not
moral.
talking about morality in this instance. I'm just it could tie into that, but I'm just using that as an example of usefulness. So I think that objective morality in the same way is more useful concept to help us to live better, more peaceful lives,
But who
because
defines what's objectively moral? That's the question.
yeah,
Who-
that's right. So basically how you understand objective morality, the way that I understand it anyway, would be something that you would see in like Aristotle's golden mean. That perfect place is the virtues. Okay, that perfect place between too much and too little, excess and deprivation. So the golden mean for courage is in between recklessness and fear, right? And so we can actually look at everything in life and find a golden mean to it. And this is how we can start to understand what objective morality should look like. The Buddhists would call it the middle way. Okay. And so it's not something that's so far out of touch for us to understand what is objectively right and wrong. We have to start looking at this in a more practical sense. So we make a agreement, a social contract with each other because we live together in these quote unquote societies, right? The bigger the society, so if we had a global society and we were cooperating on a global scale, this is how we would start to see objective morality truly unfold. Because of the coconut example, if I'm in a society with only two people, it's really easy to conceptualize. You know, if I murder you, or I'm sorry, if I delete you, then obviously I've just destroyed my only buddy who can help me catch fish. You get better at catching fish. I'm better at collecting the coconuts. I end your life. Now I don't get any fish. So I hurt myself by hurting you, right? It's easy to understand that when there's only two people on the island. The same principles apply to 8.5 billion people on the same planet. But because of this in-group, out-group thing, people are too busy fighting over the oil or fighting over the resources or fighting over whatever, and they're shooting bombs at each other across the water. It's a joke. It's a hot mess. But there
But don't
is
they think they're right? They believe in
they
what they're doing.
absolutely
It's
do.
right.
They think they're justified. But here's the thing about it.
Yeah.
Justified comes from the word justification, which means justice, which means treating like cases alike. Truly understanding what like cases alike means is a difficult concept for so many people. I don't know why it's so hard for people to wrap their head around, because it's actually very simple, in my opinion. And I don't mean to be demeaning people, but I have this conversation with so many people, and they give me these crazy examples of, they say, for example, I just recently had not a debate, but a discussion with somebody who was saying, well, what if one guy jumps over the fence to break into somebody's house and another guy jumps over the fence to save somebody's child? It's a like case. They're both jumping over the fence. We should treat them the same. And I said, no, that's not the like case. They are jumping over the same fence. One guy's going to steal the TV, kick the dog or whatever, and run away with their shit. The other one is jumping over the fence to save the child. Those are not like cases just because they share the one thing in common. And you have to understand what like cases alike actually means. If you have a 10-year-old child, you let them stay up until 9:30, but you make your 4-year-old child go to bed at 8 o'clock, because they're not like cases. They're both your children. They're both human beings, but you recognize where the differences are and how to practically and fairly apply these differences. And you apply it across the board so that every 4-year-old that you have control over is going to bed at 8 o'clock. Every 10-year-old gets to stay up till 9. You know what I'm saying? So you have to really
But
understand.
objective, can I ask you a question? How would you implement these rules that you believe are the objective morals? How would you implement that in society, to say that with a group that disagrees with you on that?
So what I think would be ideal is having people implement it on themselves by leading a life that leads by example, and letting people see my life and my success and my happiness and my peace of mind and my self-respect. Because you see, here's the thing, brother, is every single living organism, human, ape, flower, whatever, every single living organism wants to live a good life, relatively speaking to what is a good life. Every living organism, all people, we all want to live a good life. That's a fact.
Well, we have a different interpretation of the good life, though. That's the problem.
That's the key right there. And I'm glad you're picking up what I'm putting down here. So here's the trick. Living a good life requires self-respect. And understanding self-respect requires understanding the ego and how it works against you. You cannot have self-respect if you don't respect other people. You cannot have self-respect if you don't respect the planet that you live on and that you're sharing with other people. You do not need drugs and alcohol to live a good life. You don't need great sex. You don't need lots of money. You don't need fame and fortune, blah, 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 blah. People chase all this stuff hoping it's going to give them the good life we all want to live. Now, great sex can supplement a good life. Money, it's certainly nice to have enough money to pay the bills, of course, but that's not going to give me the good life that I want to live ultimately, right? So this basic element, self-respect, is required for living the good life. That's the key to the example. You lead this example. People say, wow, you've been through so much. If you go to my channel, I did a video. It's probably the most important video I'll make my whole time on YouTube. It's called Courage Without Fear. Look at what I've overcome and look at what I've come to be and say, wow, who is this guy? This guy's insane. And I'm living a good life. How is it possible from where I've come from, what I've been through, right, to living this good life that I live now? And I have peace of mind. I mean, I almost drowned upside down. I was testing my boat and I did something very foolish to try and test the hull out. And I put myself in some really, really, really big water. And it was in the start of the season. So it was snow melt, fresh snow melt, very cold water. And I strapped myself to this boat so I could test, so I could really put a lot of torque on it without falling off or falling out or whatever, right? And never do this. Never tie yourself to a kayak. But I was testing it myself, and I figured I was just engineering, going through the testing phase. Well, I ended up getting flipped upside down. Now, I had a quick release seatbelt that I had engineered where all I had to do was one quick motion and pop the thing free. No problem, right? It was foolproof, I thought. Tested it in my garage 100 times, and it worked every time. The problem is I didn't think fully through the whole process. I was wearing a full life jacket, like the kind you see the Coast Guard wear, not the vest, but the full jacket because it was so cold. I also had gloves on because it was so cold, really thick neoprene gloves, and the jacket covered up the seatbelt. So between the gloves, the temperature, the jacket, and everything else, I couldn't get to the quick release seatbelt. I got flipped upside down. I lost my paddle, so I couldn't roll myself over. And I am drowning myself on my own fucking invention. My head's banging on the rocks because I'm upside down being run down the fucking river through huge white water, class 3+4- maybe. And I'm eventually running out of air. And I'm thinking, wow, I am going to die. I'm going to die upside down, tied to my own fucking stupid boat here. And I realized that I didn't want to die stressed out, right? Struggling. And so I just thought and meditated on the life that I'd lived and the things that I've overcome and the courage that I had attained. And the sense of peace that I had was undescribable. No, you will never know how peaceful you really can be unless you can face death. Look it in the eye and say, hey, I'm ready to go. And I'm going to go out on my own terms, right? Fucking amazing, brother. And how could I get to that point mentally with everything that I've had to overcome? Growing up on the streets, the family abuse, my father being murdered, putting myself into drugs and alcohol, working in the adult industry, going to prison for running drugs and high-speed police chases. I mean, having to overcome all that shit to be at a state now where I'm a successful business owner, I'm an inventor, I'm a happily married man of 30 years, a family man, blah, 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 blah. When you could get to this point, you can attain self-respect. And the only way I can help you people to understand this and the people who watch my channel is just look at me. Look at how happy I am and how peaceful I am to where I can die with a smile on my face. You want to be there. Everybody wants to be there. This is understanding objective morality, and how you can attain this life is through understanding self-respect. So I'm trying to nutshell all this because my wife just walked in with dinner. I do have to go here very soon, but I'd like to talk more about this because it's a topic that I find is very useful.
Yeah, I think man, you're a beautiful person, bro. I mean, what you said there is just so it's great, man. This is his channel, Objective Ethics. Please subscribe to it. Look at his videos, man. What you said is so true about you can't disrespect somebody if you respect yourself. And that's, I would only hope that people can see that. Whenever we fall into that and we disrespect somebody, we realize that we don't have respect for ourselves at that moment. And like what you said about the planet, it's like, you know, if you love yourself, man, you're going to emanate love. It just, yeah, man, what you said there is just, that's great, man. I give you a lot of credit, man. And you're a shining example. Like you said, it's like, look at what you've went through and now you're a success. That's a great thing. I've been close to death many times. A lot of guys, you know, got destroyed when we were in the military and even afterwards. A lot of people I know are gone today. It just, being able to know that, okay, and be comfortable with death every day when I go to sleep, it's like I'm at a point, I lived a wonderful life. So I'm okay. Any moment, it just, I would hope that it goes quickly. Um, when I've been to points where I'm like, this could be it, and I'm basically, have to go to the hospital, I can't breathe or something like that. And I'm like, man, I recovered somehow magically. And now I'm going through something else. Like, hospitals are notorious for doing things to you. And I'm just hoping that I can get healed somehow from the mistake. And people make mistakes. I just look at it as it's a part of my journey, I guess. One lady told me, she goes, look, don't mentally punish yourself. Things happen, and if I'm meant to heal from the mistake, I'll heal. It just, this point in my life, it's like, wow, I've seen a lot, I've grown. But what you said rings so true, and I fall into that, and I mistakenly, sometimes I will lash out. Sometimes I will say something. Sometimes I will argue with people, and I realize, what am I doing? I'm only going to be here for so long, and these moments are so precious that I need to really appreciate them more. Every moment, it's a present. Maybe that's why they call it the present moment. It's like something that we're gifted with. Makes me really look into existence, what it is, where am I going? More importantly than where I came from, because it's really, where am I going? I know I'm going somewhere. I mean, I'm on my way. I don't know where it is. I don't know where the people that I've cared about, they've gone to this other place. If it is another place, I don't know if we're going to the same place. Where would we go? Why would that be real? So the solipsism comes into thought, to say, wow, is this just a dream that I've been going through? Is this just me? Is all of everything I see coming from this mind? Are we sharing a dream? These are the things, like you said, man, if we all work together, this would be a paradise. This would be so beautiful. It reminds me of what somebody explained, the afterlife of what they might call hell. They said you have these long spoons and you're sitting around a gigantic pot, but the spoon is 5 feet long, so you can't turn it to yourself to feed yourself, but you can feed the person across from you, and they can feed you. And that's to where you can either make it hell or you can make it heaven, as what some people might call it. I don't subscribe to that. I say that, like you said, we can, if we all work together, if we looked at each other as relatives, I don't call it the human race, I call it the human family. So if we looked at each other as the big human family, even everything, the animals, these are family. We're all related. This is a paradise. It's not that it would be, it already is. It's just a matter of, is it a test? It's like, what is the purpose? And I think the purpose might be to go closer to the vision that you expressed, the brother and sisterhood of everything.
And it wasn't meant to be arrogant or to be demeaning of anybody else's thoughts, but the brother mentioned, how do I implement this? And how would you implement this? And it's only by leading by example, because coercion, yeah, we do unfortunately need to make some rules, like, deleting people, for example. We can't let people do that. We got to lock away bad actors. But what are we even doing with our justice system? I have a huge problem with how the quote unquote justice system is supposed to even be set up, because it's not meant to rehabilitate people and to make functional members of society. No, it's meant to just basically perpetuate itself. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, so to speak. I privatize prisons and so on and so forth. No. So we do need some rules, but we need effective rules, and we need effective rehabilitation. I don't intend to hold a weapon to somebody's head and say, you have to be a moral person and live like I live. My hope is that by living my life the best way that I feel that I can, to strive for this self-respect, people will look at me and say, that guy's different. That guy's walking a different path than everybody around him. He's got his head high. He's whistling. It's pouring down rain out here. Lightning is striking. And why is this guy in such a great mood? He's not even taking an umbrella with him. He doesn't give a fuck. That's what I hope people will see, and it will inspire them, because there are a lot smarter people than I am. There's a lot more influential people than I am out there. they can inspire other people, because together we can change the world, because we are the world. I'm not the world myself. I can't do it by myself. The whole purpose of my YouTube channel is not to become some fucking YouTuber or to make money. I have a really good job. We make good money. My bills are paid. My job, my reason I dedicate my time, which is limited, to YouTube or to even come on Max's channel, is because I'm trying to spread a message that hopefully, if not you two, somebody who will watch this video will take that lesson and say, you know, I dig what this guy is saying. I'm picking up what he's putting down. I'm going to be nice to a stranger today just because it's going to make my life better. I see how being nice to a stranger is actually being kind to myself and doing myself a favor. Forgiveness. We don't forgive people because we're doing something for them. Forgiveness is about freeing yourself from negative energy, right? So we have to have a proper mindset of why we're doing what we're doing, and all these problems will take care of itself. You know, somebody asked me when they found out that my father had been murdered, they said, if you could snap your fingers, would you get rid of all the guns in the world? I says, no, I wouldn't, because it wouldn't solve the problem. If I snap my finger and we get rid of all the guns, then people would just start killing each other with chainsaws or axes or what the fuck ever, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Get rid of the violence, and the guns and the bombs just go away on their own. So we got to figure out how to get to the root of the problems, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Because then the weapon is not used. The weapon, the knife is used for cooking, not for killing.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. The tools are used. The chainsaw is used for cutting down some wood. It really makes a lot of sense, man. It's ringing clear with me, man. I every day is just, my main thing is to be a better person than I was yesterday. Sometimes I take 2 steps back. Sometimes I take 3 steps forward. At this point in my life, I'm really like, wow, trying to figure it out. And you're right. The shining example that being kind, people don't see that whatever you do is a reflection back onto yourself. That's, yeah. I think some might call it.
That's powerful, Max. That people need to really pause and replay what you just said there, because this is when I talk to people, because I always try and put myself in other people's shoes to be generous and to really understand where they're coming from. And you know what I mean? Because to have a conversation, to really entertain what somebody's saying before I just reject it offhand. Right. And so when I talk to people about consciousness being fundamental, one of the arguments that if I were a non-dualist or idealist, one of the arguments that I would make in favor of that position is to say that it's the reflection argument, the thing that you just mentioned. When I want to see what my face looks like, I have to look in the mirror because my eyes are facing forward. I cannot see my own face. If I want to see what my soul looks like, I got to look at my wife, because she's a reflection. She's a mirror for who I am on the inside, right? The same thing with the stranger. You want to see what kind of a human being you are. Go look at a stranger, and how are they? What are you seeing? Because you're seeing yourself as a reflection of that, right? That's why we want to prop up people in need. We want to be honest and have integrity in our dealings with all people, because that is a direct reflection of who we are. And that's the only way we're going to see it. And consciousness, if it was fundamental, needs this reflection. How's it going to get a reflection off something if it's at the fundamental metaphysical level? It needs refractal components, right? So substance monism, many attributes of one substance kind of things. There's a lot of different philosophies or religions that touch on this kind of thing. So like I said, that's the argument that I would make in favor of non-dualism if I were a non-dualist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's a deep concept with the non-dualism, dualism. I looked a little bit into it, and it's really, yeah, it is kind of profound. I guess instead of like looking like deep into it, I'm just looking forward, saying when I spoke with this lady today, and she was like, she thinks about death and stuff like that, had an abusive husband, but now she's living a good life. And, we spoke for a while, and she's like, it's like everybody is fighting not a hard battle. Like some people, yourself, you're a great example of what can be achieved if we treat each other with respect and dignity, if we hold our own integrity. I mean, it just makes life so good. I think this is great. Your message is just amazing, man. It's like the best guest that's been on here. I mean, it teaches me, because I know it's telling me, in a way, it's teaching me, and it's telling me what I know as well. And it's to say, okay, my battle is with the ego. There's, the different types of ego, of course, because that was something that I did want to touch on with, when you mentioned that. And it's like, yeah, we do need the ego to an extent, but like that movie Fantastic Planet, where they talk about the id, the the monsters within our mind. So they use these devices where they could create anything from their mind, kind of almost like a kind of AI. But when it tapped into the deepness of their mind, into the id, it created monsters that came back to destroy them. So ego that balances stuff, that there's certain egos that are good, and then there's like I guess they call it the super ego, internalizes moral standards and conscious, the transactional, the parent behaviors, the adult, the child, yogic, which Azarun would have known because he's Hindu from India, very deep scholar. I mean, just on a very high level. I did think about that because you're right to a point. I think Dune was a movie that talked about that with the ego, and in the books also, that if you don't have that, like you're saying in a way, like, okay, how do I know what, I think you said it, like the mouth to put the food in or something like that?
Yeah, if you without a certain sense of ego and sense of self, you don't know which mouth to put the fork in, right?
Yeah. So it's like, could it be taken apart and say, okay, it's not ego, but it's a sense of self? Where is the sense of self ego, or is it what it is, a sense of self, a sense of awareness, to say, can it be without the ego, but to a point where, like you were saying, if you don't realize the guy is taking your coconuts, then you have to have a little bit of that ego to say, wait a second, man, look, I'll give you what you need to eat, but you can't just be taking everything, and
right,
because I need some. So I see totally with that. That's very important. Or even in the sense of polluting something, where it's like, look, bro, you're polluting this. We need this for the fish. We're going to eat that. That pollution is going to be transferred. And that's where I'm looking at, like, there was a girl years ago, she worked for the EPA, and we were together, and it just, I mean, I learned so much, and I'm saying to myself, like, oh my goodness, like Dr. Suzuki was right. He said, we're all on a bus heading, and the bus is heading off a cliff, and everybody's arguing about where they're sitting. He goes, they're not even thinking, like, look, we got to put the brakes on this thing. We're about to drive this, but the driver's pushing it off of the hill. And everybody's, most of the people are arguing like, well, you're getting to sit up front. It's like, wait, the bus is heading for a cliff, man. It's like, something is so out of control. That's what lets me see that it can't just be the practical, certainty and reality. It's to say, this is not just humans. This is something that is playing into our vices. What somebody religious might call it the 7 deadly sins. So, but like pride and lust and vanity, like you were saying, you can't be satisfied. Sex, good sex, it's only to an extent. I remember a martial arts teacher told me in the 90s, he goes, look, man, if you're not having sex to have kids, what are you doing? And I didn't understand. I was in my 20s, and I'm just like, I was just like, wow. But as I grew older, I'm just like, holy smokes. I was like, Dr. Chai, because he was a doctor too, and a martial artist. And I was like, he was so right that, yeah, I've had a great sex life. I've these things can only satisfy. I don't even know if I guess it's a temporary satisfaction, but they're dangerous if they're overused. They're very dangerous. I mean, the greed, we already see the problems with that. Anger, the wrath, and not to, be, because other people will say, oh, look, he's religious. It's like, no. Everybody has a piece of the puzzle. All the other stuff they have, a lot of that stuff ain't too good, beneficial. But this thing here, it affects us all. We need to say, look, why do they say pride is the worst, pride before the fall and all of this stuff? How about I just be, instead of proud, I'm satisfied.
Yeah, that's the word for it.
Right. And I had to like really think of that word, because I used to say, well, how about if I'm just happy? And I said, no, satisfied is more of a descriptive word for it. And then going into the gluttony, and I say, well, gluttony isn't just overeating. It's eating too soon. It's eating too much. It's eating too fast. So then also pride has different facets. Vanity is a different type. We have the lust, different types of lust, lusting for something, lusting for sex is, that's the most common one, but people lust for power, so lust has different facets to it. So does wrath, different types of anger, different types of, you know, envy, jealousy. Okay, I like the clothes this person has. I'd like to have clothes like that. The envy is worse because it's saying, no, I want those clothes. So that means the person can't have it, and now you have it. So envy is a deeper, more dangerous type of jealousy. And when I look into this, I say, okay, like you were saying, religion helps some people. And one guy was trying to tell me that back in the early 2000s, and we were in a bookstore, and he was just like, look, man, he was a 7-day Adventist from Haiti, actually. And he had married a Jewish girl. And it was an odd couple, because I was like, wow. And they were so cool. We used to play chess. And he was like, don't you think religion, can keep people on the straight and narrow? And I was like, I don't know, man. I said, I've seen a lot of religious crooks, and eventually, like now, I'm like, you know what? He had a very good point there, especially when you brought it up. It's just like, yeah, it keeps somebody from tying somebody up in the basement and, think, okay, great. Believe in the sky daddy, as long as you're not doing bad things to other people. If that's what you need to hold you in line, great. Hopefully you don't try to push it on me, but I'm glad it's keeping you straight, and I'm not going to make fun of it. I'm not going to, the one guy, he was with Nation of Islam. And I remember when I saw something and he goes, hey, please don't make fun of it. And I was like, wow. I was like, hey, that's your thing. I don't agree with, that stuff. And if it keeps you cool, and he became a cool guy, he became a friend, and he knew that, hey, I'm not religious. I don't believe in none of that. But again, you have pieces of the puzzle, and I appreciate you not just going straight Charles Manson on people. Yeah, I think what you said is very important, man. I think people need to hear this. I think they definitely need to check your channel, man. Objective Ethics right here. Or anybody can hit the link, check his channel, subscribe. Look at the videos, man. Look at the videos. I mean, Brian Nichols is always, not all cultures are the same or equal. Of course they're not, I hear what Brother Ali saying, you need evil to sometimes. I'm not, I mean, that's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. I don't know. Like, what would you say to this with Arabianography is saying you need evil to sometimes stop evil? Or
no, I'm of the mindset of Dr. Martin Luther King. He says that you cannot overcome darkness with more darkness. Only the light can do that. You cannot stop hate with more hate. Only love can do that.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's like, and I look at that very practically, because if I'm walking in a room and it's dark and I go to open the door to another dark room, it's not going to enlighten this room. It's just going to lead to more darkness. The only thing that can make the room light is light. It's not more darkness. And that is, so I would say, and I understand what Brother Ali is saying here. It's like, you need to sometimes, when you see the evil, I would say you need to contain it. You need to cordon it off. You need to keep it in its place. But I don't think you need to be evil to do that to somebody that's acting in an evil fashion. Like, maybe try to show them where they're evil, even if you have to keep them like, I'm totally I agree with you on the justice system. It's horrible. It destroys people. It's like the schooling system leads us into the prison system. And when I look at Finland had a video. They say, look, they've homed all the homeless. They said it's cheaper, actually. So they did it because, like you were saying, when we see that helping each other, it's a good idea. Finland figured that out. They say, why don't people in America realize that keeping people homeless is actually costing more than it would to house them, and also give them a purpose to say, look, we're going to give you employment. We're going to give you a place to stay until you recover. And that's such a beautiful thing. I mean, I was like, wow, Finland is really doing their thing. I could only hope that we could take an example from that. I mean, people in America, I was born here in Brooklyn, and it just, man, when I look at some of the stuff, and I wonder, I just, part of me, this is it's kind of asylum-ish, it's definitely has that asylum feel, like an open air asylum. and if you don't listen, they put you to an indoor asylum. That's also with the jails and the prisons. I mean, a lot of these people are mentally sick that need help, and some of them have been so abused. I remember a guy told me he saw something happen to his mother when he was like 8 years old in an elevator. She was assaulted, and it wasn't cool. And then it happened to him when he was around 10. He said his father left him in a crack house, and they raped him. And he still loved his father. I mean, he ended up burying his father when he was older. His brother didn't want to pay for the funeral, and he's like, no, we have to bury him. And he just, he told me something like with my father. He came home when he was 12, and my grandfather was killed by a tractor trailer. So I'm thinking, wow, maybe that's why my father was he was very stern, and I look at that and I say, wow, he had a story. He has his story. He passed many years ago, and I look at it now and I say, wow, finally, when I'm mature enough, now I see it. He's not here, and I realize how precious these moments are. My parents, I don't know what next thing or whatever the next is. My aunts, my uncles, everybody. It's like it's just me, basically. A couple of siblings that don't live in the state, but it really gets me in touch with myself. It just and to know that people like yourself exist on the planet, man, it's a good thing. It's a good feeling, bro. I give you a lot of credit and respect, man. I mean, this is yeah, Christopher, he says it best. Darkness perpetuates darkness, yeah. And light would perpetuate light. But I do think that light and darkness need each other. It's sort of like you need a balance. It's not to say that the bad type of darkness, there's like when you sleep, you need darkness. You need to create that melatonin. It heals you. And then the light also heals you. So it's like a balance. Mark Barash wrote a book, Healing Dreams. He said the darkness and light are bounded and braided together. And
we need a dichotomy in order to understand anything, which is why I believe that logic. I mentioned believing in transcendental naturalism, because I do believe that like mathematics seems to describe the world that we're in. I think it actually forms the world that we're in. But I think logic is the same thing. Without the laws of logic, the identity, contradiction, and the excluded middle, we don't know we can't identify things. So how can we identify light if there is no darkness? But the thing is that nature, because of the laws of entropy, for example, right, and earthquakes and volcanoes, nature in and of itself has enough darkness that we can see what darkness is. We don't need to be bringing darkness onto each other. Nature is dark enough. Yes. We're one big asteroid away from a big reset, right? So, yeah. Right. So I do have to get off here, but I think one final closing statement is, the martial arts is a good analogy because two things there. Perception, what we're talking about here, is extremely important. You got two guys training at the same dojo. They're both learning the same techniques: punching, kicking, grappling, defending. One guy is learning punching, kicking, grappling, defending. The other guy, and he's learning how to fight, right? And the other guy learning the same techniques is learning how to defend himself. It's the same techniques, two totally different mindsets, right? Learning how to defend yourself, how to control your body, how to control your opponent's momentum is completely different than learning how to go beat people up, right? Same techniques. How are you applying these things to your own life? The other thing about the martial arts that I think applies here is when you do study the martial arts and in learning to control momentum and energy, if you learn to go with the attack, to counter the attack, as opposed to just meeting it at brute force, right? Face to face, energy to energy. But if you manipulate the energy, you disarm your opponent by controlling the momentum. The same thing happens with anything else in life. Instead of just meeting your opponent face to face and saying, we're going to just butt heads and drive my energy directly into your energy and see who wins. If you can work with your opponent, disarm your opponent that way, it's much more effective, and you sustain a lot less harm in the process. So this could be applied. The martial arts applies as a great analogy for so many things in life, and why I encourage young people, women, everybody should really study martial arts of some kind, but especially young people and women, because learning to defend yourself is a valuable tool. Because the martial arts, there's transcendental phenomenon the emergent properties of learning the martial arts is you gain courage, you gain self-respect, so on and so forth, right? The ability to hold your head high when you're walking down the street at night. Criminals, by and large, are looking for victims. And if you don't look like a victim because you're not a victim, they're going to look somewhere else. So there's a lot of advantages to this kind of thing.
Exactly.
Objective, can I say one quick question before you go?
Of course, of course.
Yeah, like say we all agree we all have minds as people, as human beings. So why would it be such a far stretch to think that there's some type of other mind outside our own, since we all have minds?
I have to pin that. That's a fair question, and I'm not running away from. I just don't have the time to get into that because that's a whole another 2-hour conversation, and it's a fascinating one.
Yeah. We'll have another stream. We'll have a stream, and then
Actually, mind if I give a shameless plug to my channel before I go, real quick?
Yeah, sure. Here's where is it? Okay, go ahead. There's the link.
I do. One video a week is all I have time for, unfortunately. It's Sundays, every Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern. I do a live stream. Oftentimes I have a guest who will speak and make some kind of presentation, and then I open up the panel to an open panel. As Max knows, I'm really open for people to bring a variety of ideas. As long as there's not open bigotry or hatred, I pretty much let anything on the table. I do ask people to be polite because we are there to push back on each other's ideas. And so anyone's invited to join the conversation. I'm very pleased with the channel's growth. I've only been doing it for a few months. I've got, I think, less than 60 videos or 50. I'm right around 60, 50 videos somewhere in there. We're, I think, go over 250 subscribers already and around 20,000 views. And it's because we're building a community. It isn't even, I don't even see it as my channel, to be honest with you. I'm just hosting the thing. It's really meant to be a community project. So if you could spread the word, come bring your own ideas, push back on my ideas. I'm more than welcome to take the criticism and see if I can't defend my beliefs. And, I'll acknowledge that maybe I don't know as much as I think I do, and I need to rethink things. So everyone is welcome. And Max, I appreciate you having me on, brother.
Yeah. Hey, I appreciate
subscribe to your channel, Objective. I just subscribed.
All right, and I hope you get some more subscribers. I hope you see this is, I highlighted his, it's on the screen, youtube.com/@objectiveethics. It's in the title of the video. So if you click it, you go straight to his channel. Please like, subscribe, check out his videos too. So hopefully you see a few more subscribers on your channel, and we can get you up there. You're always welcome to come back, bro. And if you need me on your channel anytime, if you want to do any type of video, I'll make some type of time and come on it, man. This has been great. And I thank you for being here, man. You're a credit to you.
Great interview. Great interview.
Yeah.
Appreciate the kind words, gentlemen. And I will, Mr. X, I definitely owe you a future conversation about, this mind.
I'll come over to your channel on Sunday.
I love this topic because I do think, like I mentioned before, there's a utility to believing, whether it's true or not, that we are all linked fundamentally. And so I think it's really beneficial. If we all believe that we're really one and the same, coming from the same source, and there is this commonality, it doesn't make any sense for me to shoot a bomb over at you, right? Or to take your food from you, all your coconuts, or whatever analogy you want to use here. So I think, I do think it's an important message to try and bringing people together. It's definitely not a divisive thing at all. It's the exact opposite.
No. I'm not here to push religion at all. But I will say that my motivation to do good, to be honest with you, is from a creator. I don't rely on myself. It helps me out a lot to know that if I can help somebody else, that's going to help me. It does help me out a lot to do it that way.
And that's the good thing of what he was saying earlier, that religion helps people, and that's, certain people are helped by religion, and that's great. I think Mr. X he goes over to a lot of channels, so that's good. And you'll see guys over there. I know you'll have some great conversations, Mr. X. So he's streaming this Sunday at 4 p.m. I'll hopefully, if Mr. Sosa does this,
that's when I wake up.
No, that's good. 4 p.m. Sunday. And if I do my interview with the guy who did the Dendera light bulb, that'll be at 6 p.m. He's only going to be on for maybe an hour and a half. He's a lot older, but please check Objective Ethics at 4 p.m. this Sunday. And we'll talk soon, man. It was a great conversation, man. This was beautiful.
I appreciate it. I'll continue to listen while I have my dinner, but I'm going to step out of the panel. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in.
Okay, and thank you.
Have a great night. Thanks.
Yeah, man, this was great, man. It's beautiful to have guests like that, man. It's just to know people like that, man.
Of course,
man. The maturity level is great to see. I learned a lot. It's like, wow. And then so many things we talked about. Like he has an extremely good technical knowledge too. I mean, with
Yes.
the artifacts and stuff, it's like holy smokes, that is it's great. Like when
These are
I
the kind of people you need on your stream for it to grow.
yes,
Exactly,
yeah,
just like him. Even the guy we had last night, I know it got a little heated, but
yeah,
it's those level of conversations that we need.
yeah, he was cool. They said he was sent by TML, the Machine Lies. He's another cool guy, and
Oh,
yeah, he's on Tomato's channel, and Objective knows Tomato too. It's like they're very. It's a YouTube community. He knows Gnosis. Finding Gnosis was the guy that I used to go on his channel too. So um,
and these are the people you should be debating, MD, not the toilet papers or any of that
you know,
nonsense.
those guys.
That
Yeah.
stuff has to be done with, put to rest, buried, and forget about it. This is the kind of conversations you need to be having.
Yeah, I think the conversation over the debate is much better because
Yeah.
the conversation is really where it's at. I think even last night, you know, it was a conversation to let people know, hopefully, like spreading what I think would be a message that I'd like to go out there is for people not to debate and to look at it, say, look, let's just have a conversation. And
Right.
we can do what people do in a debate without debating to say, hey,
Right.
you know what, that's a different way of looking at things, you know.
Sure.
And then it
I mean,
doesn't
I didn't
come in.
necessarily agree with Objective on his points of view, but that wasn't the point. I appreciated the way he presented it. He presented it excellently. He gave me very intelligent points, but it's not about agreeing. You know what I mean? But he's somebody we can use. We need. You know, we need those type of
Yeah,
conversations.
we need more people like that in the world. I
Yeah.
mean, his message is great. It's
No, it's a great message, and I agree with his moral ethics. I just,
yes.
the objectivity is a whole different subject that we can get into later. I could do it on this channel.
Well, also, we can see clearly it's like he gave a shining example to say if more people in the world thought in that way, we would have a better world.
Of course, but the reality, the truth is they don't think that way. We know that. That's just, I don't make the rules. I just report them. You know what I mean? That's why we have prisons. That's why we have crimes every day that in the news, terrible crimes. We see it. You just turn on the news every night and see something.
If people understood that the reason the crimes are occurring, that they're committing that is due to a lack of self-respect. Now the person, if that can get through to them, maybe that's a way to psychologically get them to see, like, look, man, this isn't a good idea. And also it starts with you. So you not respecting yourself is the only way you can commit that to somebody else. And that is very true. Like I've noticed that when I've gotten into previous arguments and stuff, and I said, yeah, that's a lack of respect for myself. You can't respect well, any outburst a person is showing, it's a reflection of a lack of self-respect. The environment, that I would say also, if you don't respect yourself, how do you respect the environment? It all comes from a lack of self-respect. Self-respect, it seems, where it begins to say, okay, I respect myself. Now I can respect, I have the ability to respect others. And the only way I could disrespect others is if I lose that self-respect for myself.
So that's you, though, also. That's you. And we can't put it on.
Well, it's not just me. It's saying that if we were to teach that, right? So say you and I, we're both Generation X, and we're saying, how do we teach that to a 30-year-old or a 20-year-old? And we say, like what I just said, we say, listen, self-respect, if you can understand it, we're going to try to explain it to you. Respecting yourself as much as you want to say something to this person that disrespected to you. If you do that, you're, from what they say, going down and playing in the mud with them, in the dirt with them. And if they understand, like, look, that person that just disrespected you, the only way that he can do that is because he doesn't respect himself. So if there's some way, speaking to the 20-year or 30-year-old, that you can figure out to show him where the reason he's doing that is to you is because of the lack of respect he has, and do it in a way to where he doesn't get more angry or something like that. And this is where religion does play a good part, to where it's like, hey, if they're religious, it's like, look, man, doesn't your religion say that, you know, peace is the answer? Or, you know, like try to like psychologically appeal to the person to say, look, man, this is about peace. We're walking each other home. That's how my friend, she said, look, that's according to her religion. It's like we're all just walking each other home. So
Sure.
why don't we walk each other home in a good way? Why don't we have a great conversation as we walk home toward the next? Some people might look at it as an ethereal realm. Some people look at it as, heaven or something else. But there seems to be something next. And if you know there's something next, you start to say, okay, I'm going there. We know we're going somewhere. And
Hmm.
being comfortable with that, it can change the way we act right now to say, wow, I need to appreciate people more. Like I told Hostile Hyperborean that was on last night, I said, listen, we can look back if we're both alive in 20 years or even 10 years and look back at the conversation and a little bit of friction that we had. And we should be able to laugh at that and say, wow, that was a great time. We had a
Right.
great time, even if we didn't agree or disagree. We've grown to a point that we cherish the moment that we had on that stream last night. And that's a great thing if we can come to that, because he will be more mature, I will be more mature. And even other stuff, when I look back at some of the stuff that happened throughout my life, I'm like, wow, uh, the good times and the bad times, like what's that song, just
Right.
yeah,
And I
yeah,
agree with you 100%, MD, that that's an important point about self-respect. I agree 100%. Do I think it's effective? Absolutely. But the only thing that I may disagree with, that it's effective for everyone. I definitely think it could help some people, but some other people may not, it just may not resonate with them. You know what I'm saying? But it
yeah,
is an important message and it should be preached.
yeah.
Absolutely. It should be
Yeah,
preached.
yeah. I think the more, because of course we're not gonna like change everybody. It's like the yin and the yang. You're gonna have a little bit of darkness in the light, a little bit of light in the darkness, and it's to say, okay, but we can minimize it. We can
Sure.
minimize it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So to say, wow, everywhere I go, instead of seeing like we see now, where it seems like there's more, what lack of a better word, it would be evil, or non-beneficial stuff. If we can flip that to where the majority of places you go, you see goodness, you see goodwill, like, and that's a religious thing, goodwill to all men and women. And that's what they need to add into it, to say, look, that's the problem with, and this has nothing to do with feminism. The patriarchal way of outlook is it can be very destructive. Matriarchal is not saying that women run things. It's saying that it's a balance. It's saying a lot of these native religions, Russell Means, he passed, he was a Native American from this continent. He made a very good video where he said, look, he goes, the matriarchal is the balance. Like they have blood and flesh rituals, the native men, to get closer to what the woman goes through when she sheds her blood and her flesh, having childbirth. So to say like, okay, what do we learn from that? What do we learn from the matriarch? We learn to be more nurturing. Now, something behind the scenes has twisted it into, you have different forms of feminism, which some are not beneficial. Some are. Some are saying, look, you need to, some is like a cry for help. It's saying, look, we're the complement to each other. We complement each other. We're not the opposite sex. We're the complementary sex. And
Sure.
we should really look at it that way, to say, because that's part of us. We cannot, it's not going to happen without man and woman together, man, woman, and child. And that is something that is so important for people to see, to say, look, we're here, we're walking each other home, we're learning about reality, and why not enjoy the ride? Like Bill Hicks said, it's just a ride. Well, enjoy the ride. Let's enjoy it. And of course, you do need money, because he said it's not as much about freedom as it is money. You're free to go where you can go, but try to do it without money, and
It's impossible. That's 3D realm to do without
exactly.
money.
So, and with money, you can help people. I went to a lecture 20 years ago by Professor Scott Carnes, and I remember he gave this lecture at this metaphysical place. And he goes, you know why you need to make $1 million? He goes, if a good friend came to you and said they need $10,000, he goes, you might tell them that you would give it to them if you had it. He goes, wouldn't it be nice to just pull out your checkbook and write the check? He goes, you can help people That's the reason you need to have money. So not only just to sustain yourself, with money, you can help others. And that I was like, wow, this guy's really deep. And I think, I mean, the message didn't sink through. Sometimes I forget and I say, man, I was supposed to make that money. And now I'm trying to just basically survive because, you know, I fell into so much type of depression, seeing people not be here. And I reminisce about them every day. And I say to myself, like, wow, where am I going? I mean, death is a welcome friend at this point. It just, I know I'm going. After getting hurt at the veterans thing, I'm just hoping that I can get healed from that. I mean, people make mistakes. It's like the guy stabbed me with the needle. I think, I don't know if it's a nerve thing or something. I'm just like, holy smokes. And it's affecting, yeah, it's like affecting work. I can't, you know, it's like right now I'm kind of in a little pain. I got to like do some stretching, and I went to physical therapy, and thank goodness the doctor was smart. And he goes, listen, he goes, I think you need to go back and get checked out by something else, because this is about, I said, yeah, I can't lift weights. You know, I got to be careful with my arm. And I said, I can move certain things, but then I feel it the next day, and later that day, it starts to, I don't know if I'm healing, and maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm tender. And it's been months, you know, because I did work throughout the winter, and I was like, wow, I wasn't really feeling it like that. It's like, what happened? And I don't know. So, you know, I figure, okay, he goes, look, I didn't want to get the CAT scan or the MRI, because when I looked up the amount of radiation, like the X-ray, I said, okay, how much more radiation? 90 times more than X-ray. So I'm like, oh, I kind of backed out. I know when I talk to the doctor, I'm going to hear it, because they're just like, listen, you don't listen sometimes. And I'm like, well, all right, I'm going to go get the stuff done. And yeah, I told my friend Steve, I said, look, man, I said, I might die before you, bro. And he's older. And yeah, I think,
I know I'd be dead right now without money. I know I'd be dead right now, or on the verge of it.
oh man, I'm at that point. I'm at that point where I'm just like, yeah, it gets, today I did want to go out, like he wanted to go out to eat. And I was just like, look, I said I might have to eat at home, which I do most of the time. And he was like, he goes, I'll treat you. You know, he wanted the book I had. I had this book, Addicted to War. It was written by Joel Andreas. It's more of it's a thin 8x11. And it talks about all of the war that America has been in for the 200 and something years. It documents it. And, you know, I go, you know, somebody had took his copy of it, or he lent it out. And I go, I think I have a brand new copy of it. So I found it, like when he dropped me off, he left because we were hanging out for a while. And when we were at the library, I was talking with this lady, and he was in the car, and it just, he's like, man, you've been in there like 40 minutes, bro. So he just dropped me off, and he forgot to get the book. So tomorrow I told him, I said, look, after I do what I got to do. And I said, I'll give you that. And there's another book I had to give him. So I'm starting to just like give away a lot of stuff, and just see that the giving is where it's at. Like the stuff that I was trying to hold on to, I'm seeing like, you know what, man, it's better that I give it, because if I die tonight or something, I'm going to be like, man, I should have gave away a lot more stuff, even though it's like, I'm a guy that doesn't have the monetary at the moment. Hopefully I get the monetary. I mean, I've had money before, but like they say, a fool and his money is soon parted. And I remember thinking of that saying when I had it, you know, oh man, Brian, you were on Good Times, Bad Times, Led Zeppelin, man. Yeah, it definitely, man. I just, and I have to admit, some songs I'll listen to a little and I'll feel good. Like I was listening to songs that was way before my time. The Zombies, Time of the Season. You know,
yeah, great song.
Oh, it has a good feel. Definitely some Zeppelin, man, has you know, certain songs.
What can I just mention one thing? Because you mentioned about money, because I've been through the same situation too myself.
Mhm.
And if you do ever come into money, one thing I've learned is be humble.
Yes.
Be humble. Never be overconfident. That's one mistake I made big time.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. I saw where when I had money, I mean, I bought a Mercedes Benz. I was doing, and I'm just like, you know, eventually, even my sister was like, you know, you need to sell your car and all of that. And eventually, you know, now I'm happy, just regular, simple stuff. I see how much better it is. Uh,
Yeah. Just
you know,
don't flaunt your wealth in front of others.
yeah,
That's
and yeah,
the thing.
and you know, and I gave away money too. I definitely, but I mean, there's still women that saw me with, you know, I would have thousands of dollars on me at any moment, 2, 3 thousand, you know, and it's just like I remember people would be like, "Man, I got to work where you work," you know, I'd pay for something, and you know, they just people still remember that. Like they'll see me, and I'll see chicks, and you know, they'll like, I'm like, yeah, this chick still thinks I got money. I'm like, that's a good thing, but yeah, it just thank good. I should have gave more money away. Now when I look at it, I should have gave more money away. I did things. I remember giving my mom $1,000 for a birthday, and it just, you know, I should have gave her more than just that. It was more of my presence that should have been there, which it was there. I mean, I took care of her, I helped her, and but I could have did more. You know, I paid a lot of bills and stuff, and I did spend a lot. I mean, I was, you know, I was,
Sure.
yeah, just now I look at it as you're 100% right. I needed to be more humble. Um, but, you know, there's been times where I've had the goodness will come again, and uh, I'll do the right thing, man. I can't, I'm more wise now. I see,
Me
thank
too.
goodness for that.
Me too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
see my
like,
mistakes, you know.
and you already know I'm easy to say, hey, I'm smart enough to know I'm stupid. I'm well researched. Like somebody might say, oh yeah, no, I'm well researched, but I'm still stupid. So don't get that, you know. It's like I'm smart enough to know that when I make the mistake and think I'm not, you know, because that keeps me in line to say, am I making the right decision? And part of me, you know, I'm like, man, am I always going to make the wrong decision, man? It gets almost to a point where it's like I'm
Sure.
always picking door number 2 when it was door number 3 or door number 1. And that's been a lot throughout my life. But then sometimes I'm like, you know what? Maybe I was meant to pick that
Well,
and learn
that's
from it.
why, you know, I mean, there's a moral law that says if you want to be overconfident and believe so much in yourself and think you're the greatest of ever, you're going to get humbled. That's a
Oh, yeah.
moral law, and I don't want to break it again. I don't
Yeah,
want to break
yeah.
it again.
I remember my cousin used to tell me when we were adolescents. He's like, "Yeah, you're gonna meet your match, you know, and this and that." Because he was like 2 years older. We would always get into arguments and stuff, and it just, yeah, it just, I was, you know, I look at it as what objective ethics said is so true. I was a person that lacked respect for myself and didn't even know it. I was too stupid to realize that. And then, and I know this to be true now, and I still fall back into that ignorance, man. Whenever I say something where I'm like, you know what, my friend Heather, she taught that to me when she was having uh her, you know, because I told her, I said we were good friends. It was like, you know, I knew that it wasn't going to be I didn't feel the romance, and I said this person is just a beautiful person. And when somebody had asked her to marry, I said, look, you need to marry him. And she was having an argument one time with her husband, and she goes, I go, well, you were right. And she goes, well, you know what, he needed to win that argument more than I needed to be right. And I was like, wow, that is so mature the way she looked at it. And it goes back to, if you have the choice of being right or being kind, choose being kind.
Mm, that's
That's
good.
where I'm like, okay, cool. You know, I need to really learn from that, especially with the people that, you know, because you already know we both have something when we hear the evolution thing, we're like, come on, you know, it's like,
Sure.
stuff, you know, it's like, give me a break, you know. But now it's just more like, hey, you know what? I don't need to say anything. It's like, if that's what you want to believe, believe it. Cool. I'm going to do my research. And if somebody finds it that they, you know, they want to believe in the ape and the skull and all of that, fine. I'm
You
just,
know what? The information is important though for other listeners, not necessarily the person you're debating. And
yes,
evolution won't change. It's for other listeners out there who could see the
exactly.
truth. That's where it matters.
Yeah.
That's who you should be. You're focused on the
Yeah.
information. That's who it's for.
Exactly. Instead of like any type of argument or anything, it's just teaching.
Exactly.
I mean, Seven
Exactly.
Psychopaths, he had put a really good comment in where he
Mhm.
said with the astral projection, um, the question to ask the guy is, well, instead of astral projecting, like he was saying, far, it's like, why don't you just astral project to the next room and tell me what's written on the paper? And I'm like, I was like, bingo, you already know. I said that's where it's at, to say, because you kind of test people, say, okay, yeah, you're telling me this is true and this believes. And at one point I was going to troll him a little. I forgot because the stream went so late. And I was going to say, well, when you're astral, it's like, your body's there. It's like, I don't even want to say the joke because he's going to get, I know Hyperborean is probably, I mean, he seems like a cool guy, man.
But I don't care. Like, it's not about, for me, whether you agree or not agree. If they can articulate their points, well, and, that's all I care about.
Yeah,
that's all I care about.
Yeah, he was on the flat, Hyperborean. He was, when he said that the planets are like CD disc, I was like, oh man,
But the way he said it was good, I think it's total BS. But the way he said it was good, and then I could interject and ask him something, and he would respond. So that's all I asked for.
Yeah,
that's all I asked for. You can believe in anything, like an evolutionist. If I was to debate an evolutionist, but he spoke like him or like objective, where I could interject and ask a question, beautiful. I have no issue. I think his theory is complete bullshit, but if you can articulate like that, but you notice a lot of evolutionists, you can't do that. They won't let you speak and they'll tell you to shut up and you're stupid.
Yeah, I think those are the more of the students of it, because there are some that are actually some pretty cool ethical people. Like they'll say, look, man, we need to, we're learning. Like they'll, even though they have their belief on it, I've seen some like, we need to learn how to get along. Like they'll look at it in their belief of thinking, chimps and gorillas, have their wars and we should be more evolved or whatever. And it's like, yeah, we should act more moral and kind and compassionate to each other. That I can see, so you have people that believe in that are cool, just like religion, Orthodox religion, you have.
That's why I asked objective. Who defines what's compassionate? Who defines the moral code? You see what I'm saying? It can't be us. It can't be, because everybody has a different view of what's compassionate.
The objective truth for like math, it's not subjective, right? It's objective.
Absolutely, that's logical. That's absolutely logical. Absolutely.
So if we can look at something like an objective truth is everybody benefits from a clean river. Everybody benefits, that's objective.
But not the corporation who has to pay extra money. They could save a lot more money by just dumping pollutants into the water.
Well, that, I don't think it's like objective. Well, to them, it's when you look at something like they don't respect. So like with objective ethics, we can, like what he said makes so much sense to say, why is the corporation? Why? Because they don't respect themselves. They don't respect themselves. And just to even put a corporation as an entity now. So now you're going on
the board members who are running it.
Yeah. So, but the corporation itself, they hide behind the fictional entity of the corporation. So they don't get.
And what I'm saying is reality, because it's happened plenty of times. We know that.
Yeah. And this is something like when we look into the so-called legal system, and it's just like, wait a minute, how are you letting these people get away with this stuff? And then nobody's getting charged with that. No, it's like Utah Phillips said. He goes, look, the earth isn't dying. It's being killed. And the people that's killing it have names and addresses. And I'm like, wow, that's very deep.
No disagreement at all.
Yeah, he makes sense. It's like sometimes you have to, it's like, wait a minute, no, we can't let you do that.
And in no way, shape, or form am I agreeing with what the corporations do. I want clean water too. But I understand too that they don't share the same outlook as I do.
Oh, no. It's crazy when I think about it. I gotta buy a water filter to filter the water that they pollute. And it's like, so not only are they doing that, we pay to clean it. So it's like they make money off the profit. And I'm saying this is ridiculous. When Goodyear, I think it was, dumped the 2 million tires in the Gulf right off of Florida. And they're like, oh yeah, we'll create an ecosystem for the thing. And then they start realizing it's leaching. Yeah, it's like now they got a cleanup thing, and just it made I'm like, you can't tell me that that was an accident. They knew you make the tires with a toxic substance and you're going to throw it in the ocean and think that, oh, animals, it's going to make like a reef or something, the way like sunken ships do, which even sunken ships, you have to be careful because the research on the paint from the hulls were causing problems with sea turtles and other sea lives because this stuff is leaving trails in the seawater that, and that's something that's easily missed to say, wow. So even a brand new ship and you don't see the paint chip, the outgassing and the micro particles on the paint are leaving trails in that water, the chemicals, and that's affecting the wildlife in the water. It's showing up. And now they're starting to see, which I think they've always known, that this passes down for generations. So even if the pollution isn't there, it's being found in third and fourth generations down the line. And that's a scary thing. So that's like saying DDT is banned, but you're still going to find the effects of it in the great grandchildren way after it's been banned. And that is.
I don't think we can put our faith in humanity. That's what I object to. Because humanity has a very bad track record.
Yeah, I don't think we need to put faith, putting faith in people. I don't think that's like, we need a better word. Like I'm thinking, okay, not putting faith, but coming to an agreement, like to say, look, man, I'm not going to put my faith in you. I'm going to say, look, we need to talk and come to a reasonable solution. I don't know if solution is the right word, but a reasonable, because, you got two ways to solve a problem, a solution or remove the cause of the problem. Removing the cause of the problem permanently can remediate the problem. Solutions are more like a Band-Aid on it sometimes. Sometimes the only thing you can do is have a solution, but
look at Germany in World War II. There was no reasoning there between the people who were getting wiped out and the government. The only solution was another army with weapons who could destroy and take out and delete people. That was the only solution that was war.
It's a tough, that one. Well, like if we study that, like even with Alexis, he had posed those great questions where he's like, you really think we won the Revolutionary War? And I'm like, it doesn't seem so. It seems that the Allied forces didn't win World War II. We see.
Right, but the people from the camps were liberated. That we can at least agree on because it was documented, it's filmed.
Yeah. I mean, part of it makes me feel like it's just one big act. It's like another anagram I had, it was something about the Berlin Wall. And when you switch the letters around, it becomes a beer landfill.
Wow.
Fall of the Berlin Wall, I think, and I'm like, look at that. And I think, I don't know if you remember, there was a movie called Wishmaster. It had like this, actor. He played like a genie or something. He's well known for that part. And he was there. Like I was looking up some stuff and he popped up during the fall of the Berlin Wall. I think it was 89 or 88. And, people were there with sledgehammers to help, knock it down. And yeah, man, you look at that thing.
That's a genie. I was thinking Mandela effect with Sinbad. You remember Sinbad?
Yes. Yeah,
but he never played the genie. I thought he played the genie too, but I guess he never did.
No,
that was Mandela effect. Right? It was a Mandela effect, they said. Everybody seems to remember Sinbad playing the genie.
Yeah. He's not around anymore, right? Didn't he pass?
I didn't know. I had no idea.
Yeah, I think he did. He's a let me see, Sinbad the comic, I think it was.
Sinbad the comic, yeah. And did you ever think he played the genie too, way back when?
Mm-hmm. Oh no, I wasn't. Oh, I think he's still alive. Yeah, wow. So maybe he didn't. I know Heavy D, he passed. I guess he recovered from a stroke. So that so it was something like that. But I thought he had passed. I thought it was something like that. But I guess
in the 90s, he was big.
Yeah, saying he's like 69 or something. Yeah, wow. He was, yeah. I mean, the genie was in what, like an Aladdin movie or something?
No, it's a Mandela effect. Everybody thinks they remember, like our generation, of Sinbad playing in a movie where he was a genie, but they said it never happened. he was never in a movie with as a genie. But we all seem to remember Sinbad playing a genie in a movie.
Okay, so that could be like, yeah, what they're saying, the Mandela type of.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, I
I'll go
wonder
into the
about that. I think
Matrix.
that was the Philip K. Dick stuff, right? With the Mandela objective ethics, man. Thank you, brother, for the support, bro. He says subjective morality runs into contradictions, can poison the water, but they can't say it's morally justified because they know they don't want their own water poisoned. Wow, that's excellent, bro. That's so, it's so true, man. It's like, man, that is subjective. Thank you, objective ethics, man, for the support, bro. He says subjective morality runs into contradictions, which is very true. So subjective morality runs into contradictions. The corporation can poison the water, but they can't say it's morally justified because they know they don't want their own water poisoned. That is so true, man. Thank you,
That's
brother.
a good point. That's a
I
good point.
appreciate that, man. He said, this is because life is a journey, not a destination. Happiness and sadness come and go, man. That is well said. It is. It is a journey. It is not a destination. You're right. The journey is what the beautiful thing is. The more I look at it, and I'm saying, yes, when I look back through time with my mind, it's like, is my mind a sort of a time machine that, I look back and what am I looking back upon? The journey. That's what I'm looking back upon, man. Excellently said. Very well said, man. He's clearly, objective ethics is the best guest that's been on here, man. Please check his channel out for anybody.
I subscribe. I subscribe.
Yeah, and when you go, yeah, definitely, man. You go over to the channel. I know you're going to have great conversations because you always bring good stuff into the equation, man. You always bring good stuff into the equation.
And you see me, I'm open-minded. I'm not going to debate every single topic because I'm open-minded. Like, bring it on. You know what I mean? I just want a good, intelligent conversation. That's all my brand.
There's definitely some people there where I think you're going to have some good conversations with.
Yeah.
You're going to, I think it would be way better than some of the other ones you've been on where they don't want to ask questions. They, and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, breakfast tacos is a joke, but I don't take it seriously either. They don't deserve any serious.
The breakfast tacos get a little. I remember when I was on there and they paid to get me. I think I was. They put me in the hold or something like that. Or
they did it to me too.
It's just, and I don't hold nothing against them. It's just.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't take them seriously. Like when you finish the book and you say you go on there just to promote your work, your work, but don't take them seriously because they're not serious people.
Yeah. And Objective Ethics channel, he had some pretty cool people on there. I mean, some of them are evolution. One guy was religious. I think it was.
Are you going to go on there this Sunday?
This Sunday, yeah, before the stream, I'll set up the stream. Hopefully, Sosa. I wrote to him today because he had wrote to me, and I told him, hey, we'll connect, Sunday 6 p.m. So I'm hopefully because he said 6, so I wrote to him. So hopefully it's confirmed. And then I told him, look, when I set the stream up, I'll send you the link early in the day, and I will go to listen on, when you're on there. If you want me to hop on, I'll hop on. Definitely, man. The more
I mean, in case something pops up with my daughter, I have to go do something. But if nothing pops up, I'll hop on that. But I think your objection to evolution, if it's brought up, you're the one with the knowledge because you've been doing the research.
Well,
I can back you up. I'll definitely back you up on it.
I don't think they'll be talking too much about that. Like they have some other like deep conversations on there. So they'll have different stuff. They'll have definitely different stuff that let me see. I'll go to his channel now to see.
Did see something about Noah's Ark on this channel. I did see something. I thought they were debating the flood.
The good thing is he has a very wide variety of people. So he'll have religious people. He'll have the evolution stuff, and it'll trying to pull it up now. And hopefully, I'm hoping he gets a lot more subscribers, man. It definitely, YouTube will unsubscribe people. I've noticed that, man. YouTube has, there were some other things I was subscribed to where I'm like.
It comes down to money even with YouTube, because I'm sure that guy who has like almost 1 million subscribers that I can't remember the evolutionist guy who says a Christian. I mean, I'm sure money was involved to
Mhm.
get that big. You won't get it for free. Trust me, you don't
Yeah.
get it for free.
Yeah. No, definitely. Let me see if I can share this now, for his channel so people can check it out. Share screen, window. Okay, boom. I think this is it. Share. Am I sharing it? Okay, so it's
Yep.
showing. So yeah, this is his channel, Objective Ethics, for people that want to check it out. And please check it out. He did a live on biological evolution, so that was with Austin Sims. Then he did Paul contradict Jesus? So that's what religion. So that's a great one there. Is the West lost and dying? Wow. So these are diverse topics, man. Free will discussion. That's that. Wow. Look at that one. Open panel, pick your topic. So that shows right there. Objective morality featuring Dr. Richard Carrier. Wow, yeah, definitely. Oh, see, a couple of these I checked. So biological, I had a little. This one. What was the other one? Open panel, religion, philosophy. Open panel, Noah's Ark. Yeah, man. Yeah, this is some definite stuff, man. Yeah, let me. How do I? Am I sharing here or okay? Yeah. Yeah, I got to learn StreamYard better too. I'm not the best technical yeah guide. Scribe. I spoke with Scribe before the stream. I thought he was going to jump on. I think I don't know, maybe he got busy because I told him, I said, hey, he called me, and then I was like, look, I'm about to go live, man. So he was like, he called like I think like 5 minutes before. So I was like, and when I hopped on, ethics was in the back, objective ethics. And I was like, man, because I wanted to come on like maybe 10 minutes early. I don't know how long he was waiting. And I got on like about, when did I start? 9, so like 8:54, 8:55 around there. And we spoke a little bit behind the scenes. And then I was like, I think it went to like 9:01, 9:02. And then we were like, hey, let's go live because this is a good conversation. You might as well do it live, and that's when we were talking about, I think, something with the artifacts or something. But it was so great that he has the technical expertise, man, to look at the objects and give a professional outlook on that, to say, yeah, these things. Yeah, so that's another thing. That's actually a good thing to look into, to say, yeah, but if it's at 4, because I got to work every day, man. It just hopefully I can.
I'm working right now, so I understand.
It's so tough, bro. It's just life. But I think it's a lesson.
Tell me. I work every day because it's so tough and expensive.
Yeah. Hopefully I run into something. I've been so behind on like bills, and I gotta like, yeah, it's tough. Everything has went up in New York. I'm just like, holy smokes, how do we survive? And so yeah, I'll for when he starts it, if you hop on, yeah, I'll hop on. I'll see what did he say what the subject was?
No, I didn't hear that.
All right, so maybe it'll be something. I'll check it.
Maybe you did. Right. I was getting ready for work when I had to leave.
If I get home by 4, I might get home at 5 Sunday. So I'll hop on it. Maybe closer. Well, you see, the thing is, I got to set that stream up for 6 with the guest I'm having. So maybe if I can get home at 4:30, once I come home, I got to eat, because I didn't even eat dinner tonight. I'm thinking about cooking something. I know it's real late, but I know I shouldn't, but I think I'm going to have to. I might actually have to boil some spaghetti or something, or I'd like to eat something easy, but yeah, it's like I don't even know what I got to eat. I should have saved something earlier, but yeah, I figure I'll make something to eat, and then tomorrow when I get home, I'll eat, I'll take a shower, eat, and then hopefully I'll get home early, because Sunday, and then I can hop on with you, and it'll be cool. I'm glad, hop on, check it out, because my channel, people were saying YouTube has unsubscribed. Like people were saying they unsubscribed them. They were subscribed, and and I've noticed that with channels that I liked. I don't know what the deal is with that, but it's a real thing. I thought it was, yeah.
I'm just gonna say, going forward, we got to be super careful. Like in the
Yeah, yeah.
past, when guys come on and say some real nonsense, that's got to stop.
Yeah, no, that's why I was very careful with the and anything, it's always in my opinion, especially dealing with medical stuff, they look at that, but then when they hear you say it, because the AI will look for that. Now that
Yes.
AI has been,
I
monitoring
mean, the
that.
days of coming on and venting and saying these people are like this and this people like that, it's
Yeah.
got to stop.
And
We're in the AI revolution right now. No way out of it.
yeah, and if it's and this is the thing to help channels grow, because
Mhm.
if they don't adhere to that, YouTube doesn't push them in the algorithm. I've noticed that.
That's right.
Yeah, people will say, "Hey, Scribe has told me many times." He goes, "I don't see you pop up unless you go live." He goes, "So when you schedule it and all of that, he's supposed to get a notification." And he goes, "He doesn't see anything until I go live." Some people will see it, some people won't. So it's like there's definitely something going on,
We're at the
and
mercy of AI right now, and it's just going
yeah.
to get worse. It's just going to get worse. We got to be really careful with what we
This
say.
is
I
it's
hate it,
seeming
but it's
like
true.
yeah, it's seeming like some type of energy, or like Disney K says, energy harvesting is real. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That is the Loosh theory. I think Loosh theory is based on that, like the farming of human energy.
we're
And
going into 1984 in real world now. There's
oh
just no
man,
way around it.
they're trying to censor. Somebody had a video out earlier today about
Mhm.
the censorship. They're trying to say, oh, people shouldn't be able to be critical of the establishment.
I
And
agree. I agree. Unfortunately, it's not that I agree that we shouldn't have free speech, but I agree that it's coming where we can't be critical
yeah,
about
yeah,
certain topics.
they're bringing in like Brave New World, Animal Farm, 1984. Those are actually warnings that, George Orwell, I think he was on his deathbed when he said, because he said, oh, the future, is like a boot stamping on the head. And people say, well, what do you mean? He says, don't let it happen. Don't let it happen. And I'm like, wow. So he was
I,
actually, yeah, he was
but we,
warning. He was saying, listen, this is what it looks like it's going to be. Don't let it happen. So
but we
that's,
can't blame ourselves. We had no control over this. We didn't. I mean,
well, I
there was nothing we could do to stop
to
this.
a point. If we can teach the respect thing, if we can, because that was a beautiful message, that objective
I agree,
ethic
100%.
yeah. It, it's yeah, it really, it's that's a beautiful one. And the more I think about it, because I know that to be true. I knew it before, and I fall back
Mhm.
into my own ignorance, and will say something and be like, wow, the only reason I'm saying that is because I need to stay firm in respecting myself. And I there's no way I can say it when I respect myself. So it's like when somebody says, don't let them pull you out of character. If you
Yeah.
respect yourself, there is no character to be pulled out of.
Mhm.
Because you've eliminated that. You've eliminated that part that they're trying to trigger or something. You say, no, I respect myself to a level to where that's not going to happen, no matter
Yeah,
what
and
you
I
do.
think you need that. I really do. I'm not trying to judge or anything, but I think you need that because like you're doing a lot of hard work on this book and I know it's going to be a good book. But when you go to debate and you go to promote the book, stay at a high level. Don't
Yes,
get down into the dirt because you're there to promote your work.
yes, yeah.
Don't get into the arguments. Don't do it. Just
Mhm.
don't do it. You got a lot of good work. Promote it.
Yeah,
Promote it. Don't let the scum drag you down. You see what
yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah.
Stay on that level.
Exactly. Yeah, and I really need to work on it too. Like you're so right, because I haven't been able to really get done what I need to get done, because there's so
Mhm.
many projects, there's people, daily life. Uh, Work does take away from it.
Of
And
course.
that's
Of
why I'm
course.
thinking the smartest thing is to make quicker, shorter things that people can read. The crazy thing is that the ebooks aren't selling as much as audiobooks for the past few years when I looked it up. So I'm like,
Mhm.
wow, if I make a 40, 50 pager, because it was really like 100 and something pages, but half of it was about evolution and dealing with, showing scientifically, like, okay, all of these so-called these ape men were proven to be fraudulent. They used it to get into the teaching for the Scopes trial so it could be in schools. And by the time they realized they were frauds, 40 years later for Piltdown Man. So you're looking at 3-4 generations. People that are 10 hit 20, they're already done 10 years of indoctrination. The other people that were 10 hit 20, another 10 years. And then by the time the 40 years is up, the person that was originally 10, now that person is 50. The other person is 40, then 30, then 20. You're looking at people that are like brainwashed to an extent to believe that this fake ape man was real. And that has dire consequences as you go forward. And when you stop teaching it, people are still going to believe it, just like the pollution. It's like it'll hit for generations beyond that, even though it's stopped, that mental pollution from that. And with, looking at the amount of, Piltdown Man, Nebraska Man, Heidelberg Man, Boxgrove Man, Neanderthal, Java Man, Cro-Magnon, all of the Denisovians. I mean, they just make stuff up, and it's like, wait a minute, where do you get this from? And it comes from that imagination, that belief system to say it's either human or it's ape. There is no ape man or caveman. There's a guy that wrote a good book, and he talked about that. He had 3 ways that they try to take out of it: the hard man, the soft man, and I forgot what the other one was. It's like the caveman type of thing. He goes, look, what they're saying about survival of the fittest, the caveman would have ate his wife and children.
Sure. And you were a child and you were listening to that in school, I'll guarantee you were bored as hell. I'll guarantee you were bored as hell with that conversation or listening to the teacher talk about it. You know why? Because it's a lie.
Yeah, I don't remember it happening when I was in school. Maybe they didn't teach it like in a way. I remember seeing the dinosaur stuff. I remember taking earth science, so it was more geological in like ninth grade.
Yeah, that's
so different. I don't really remember as much when I think back to 7th and 8th grade in junior high. I don't really remember it as much.
Well,
maybe
if you were to listen to a lecture on evolution right now, wouldn't you find it pretty boring? Like if you look at your watch, it's like, I can't take this anymore.
It's like going to a church sermon. It's like a Sunday school type of thing. It's like you're sitting there like, oh, brother. It just
because you know what? Your soul knows it's a lie. That's the problem. That's why you don't find it interesting. You know what I mean? But if we talk about creation and we talk about a designer, sounds kind of interesting. Even if you don't believe in it, it sounds kind of interesting.
I think more creation in a sense, like for me, what sounds interesting is the creation of the sense of physical creators that are creating the physical structure we see, the design or the construction in animals, the fabrication in insects, and then thinking, okay, it doesn't directly go from a metaphysical creator or a non-corporeal to the corporeal. There's going to be steps, like, of course, the architects of humanity, and maybe the intermediaries in between that, like with the Egyptian god Khnum and the amphibian goddess with the Khnum's potter wheel, which what looks to be a small human. And then he puts the Ka into the human, which is, I think, stands for the consciousness. So they have, it's like, okay, so what is that? Is he putting in the receiver? Is the brain the receiver that receives the consciousness? Because that theory of the brain is the receiver makes a lot of sense. You look at it, you start to say, when you look at cases of amnesia, when you look at other cases of people that, lose their mind, they act crazy and then, they come back. Are they faking it? Did something hijack the signal? Do the architects of humanity use that? Are we being energy harvested? There's so many questions. The scientific method is grueling, but it is.
But doesn't the science? Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's just say, doesn't the scientific method, though, when we look at the research and we look at the complexity again of the cell and how it's still more complex than what they've discovered, and we know the lifespan of a cell isn't very long. If you leave it in a lab and you don't take proper care of it, it's going to be gone. It's going to oxidize or whatever.
Yeah.
That it had to happen instantaneously. That's the only thing the science points to. With this amount of complexity, it all had to come together at once.
Well, instantaneous, but also it could have been grown. So like when we look at stuff, because I want to say, like when I put the picture of the architects and the human on the laboratory table, and I'm saying, you know what, but when I look at science in the lab today, it's like things are grown. They'll grow the clone of Dolly the sheep. They'll grow. So the cells grow in the Petri dish. So now it's not as much as a instantaneous creation of the finished product. It's more of a, if anything, a spark or something that creates the thing that grows into the organism, just like a plant. And we see this with everything. We see it with
But we see that with life coming from life. We don't see life coming from non-life.
Yeah. Now the creation of the everything at once would be like the creating of the seed. It's like, is that constructed to put all the elements it needs in it, and then the instructions to how this seed is going to sprout and grow. And that's very similar to even organisms that are animal. So plant, animal, what is it? Vegetable, animal, or mineral. But then they found now that fungus is a different classification. So now we're seeing like, wait a second, there's and that's just what they're finding now. What's those bacteria? They call them extremophiles. So extremophiles are things that can live like in boiling water and stuff like that, in freezing temperatures. I guess the tardigrade would be called that. Disney K says Agent Smith's cause negativity and extract the good that could have been used in that moment, which was swapped and stolen. Agent Smith syndrome is real, man. Agent Smith syndrome, it will come out of person. It will pop out.
Can I ask you a question about your book, though, Andy?
Yeah.
Are you going to include a chapter on the complexity of the cells or the bacteria? Like, because we got so much information now that goes so deep into it. I'm wondering if you're going to include that.
Yeah, I was going to put in something that with the stuff that I'm just putting this, the stuff that I was going to focus on with, was the beginning parts of, and this is where I kept like kind of going back and forth, where it's like, I'm figuring out a way to bring in the blue eye, the taking the melanin off the eye. Also things about, there's a gene with speech, and that's another gap that the evolution theory can't address. The blue eye has the OCA2 gene and the HERC2 gene. One gene switches it on and off for the production or the suppression of melanin in the eye. And I think the OCA2 gene is the thing that causes the melanin. So one is the switch that turns it on and off. The other gene is the one that forms it. And then with this could apply to the hair. I don't know what the gene's name that would add the melanin to the hair, because I think hair is actually in structure colorless.
But that gene has a code in it, right? It has a DNA, a written language in that gene.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the complexity of the cell, that's the part of the book that I had that deals with the evolution, which was going to be the second part. So it was either, okay, I start off with the evolutionary stuff like that to show people, because their first thing is going to be like, hey, what about evolution? You know? So to say, okay, if you look at this cell, there's no possible way that this is going to form by chance. Bring in the mathematics to say, look, you're looking at astronomical numbers that are so infinitesimally small that they're almost the equivalent of zero of this happening by chance. So we have that. Show the schematic of basic cells, telomeres, which are amino acids and stuff, building up. I think the human bones have amino acid. I don't know if it's proteins. I got to look it up again. That go into 15,000. So it's like, let me see, what's the telomeres? I forgot, because there's so much research that I put on the telomeres. I forgot how to spell it.
And one thing I think what's going to be great about this book is your ability to translate highly technical scientific information that could be available to the layman like myself. You know what I mean? To understand it better. So
Yeah,
I look forward to it.
simplify it, so where even when
Everybody
I read it over. Yeah, so the telomeres, because there was something I had documented a while ago with saying that these are like a type of telomeres and let me see, and amino acids, because it was something with that I had in there, and this is why. So the protective caps on the chromosome ends rely on specific amino acid structures. So it was something, the amount of telomeres and amino acids in human bones, because this is where just something like 100 amino acids, right? Okay, 100 amount of telomeres. So it's saying this I had the research saved somewhere else, but it was saying something like all right, is composed of, okay, so amino acids in the telomere regulation, the protein subunit of telomerase, TERT, which maintains telomere length, is composed of 1,132 amino acids. Additionally, the shelterin complex, which protects the telomeres, consists of proteins that function to protect the chromosome ends. So just the 1,132 amino acids, right? When you look at that, for 20 amino acids to form together, that's 10 to the 20th. You're getting to a number that is so like ridiculously high.
Right.
You have to understand the whole counting process. Like when you go from 1 million to 1 billion to 1 trillion, then to a quadrillion, a quintillion, a sextillion, a septillion, a octillion, a novillion, a decillion, and you're getting to numbers that are like, holy smokes. I think a novodecillion is like a 1 with like 65 zeros behind it. And then, of course, when you get, I think it's a 1 with 100 zeros is a Google. And then a Googleplex, it's a 1 with a Google amount of zeros behind it.
Okay,
and this is the beautiful thing about learning. Like I think a 1 with 300 zeros or 303 is like a centillion or something like that. So these numbers are so large and also small when you go down, like we see it with meters, a meter, and then a decameter is 10 meters, or a hectometer is 100, and then a kilometer is 1,000 meters. But then as you go back and you say, okay, a tenth of a meter is a decimeter, not a decameter. And then a hundredth of a meter is a centimeter instead of a hectometer, which would be 100 meters. A 100th of a meter would be a centimeter. And then 1,000th is the millimeter. And then, which on the big end, it's a kilometer. So if you go smaller than a millimeter, a millionth of a meter, now that's a micrometer. A billionth is a nanometer. I think I think a trillionth might be a petameter or something like that. I think it's just the way a petabyte is the next step after a terabyte. So a billion bytes is a gigabyte, I think. So a megabyte is a million, a gigabyte is a billion, a terabyte is a trillion, a petabyte is a quadrillion. And then I think it goes into other ones like exabytes and stuff like that, zettabytes. And these are important. I mean, kids should be learning this because it's fun to count. Counting is fun. And it also gives us a perspective. So when we bring math in, and that was something I had spoke to somebody too, and they were evolutionists, and they brought in, I think the guy literally said, oh, he's bringing in math.
How dare you? How dare you?
Yeah, I was like, wow.
How dare you bring math to a scientific discussion?
Objective Ethics says, he says, at Maxed Out and Mr. X, I just posted the upcoming stream for the Sunday Eastern, 4 p.m. Eastern. Hope to see you there, fam. All are welcome. Thank you, man. I just saw this because I was on the other window reading off the numbers and the telomeres. So he posted this a couple of minutes ago.
Great.
Yeah, I definitely, man. I'm gonna try to make it on that stream, man, and check it out. Mr. X will definitely check it out. Let everybody know this is the channel link right here. So people that want to check it out, I think Disney K and Christopher and you guys, because Christopher, I think Christopher is in across the pond in the UK. So yeah, man, this is going to be a good stream here. Brother Ali, all of you guys, Brian Nichols, please check it out, man. This is this is going to be a good stream right here. This is the link. Yeah. So youtube.com.
Get started, man. This is grassroots. This is how you do it, you know?
Yeah, man. This is definitely, and good people. That's the thing. It's beautiful when you're connected with good people. Things feel good. Things feel good, man. Self-respect. If self-respect is taught, that needs to be taught on a daily basis, on a momentary basis, to say, hey, remember to respect yourself. And when you respect yourself, you love yourself. Love yourself, regardless how they want to say it. Love yourself. Part of loving yourself is respecting yourself. Part of respecting yourself is loving yourself. And now when you do that, you have a foundation, a solid foundation in how to respect others, how to respect the planet, the environment, how to respect everything.
Mm-hmm.
It all starts with that self-respect. That was such a great point that he brought up, man. That's
well, I respect two people too that I think deserve it also. I mean, I will add that in there. Because like on Breakfast Tacos channels, there's some people there that I'm not, I don't take them seriously. I'm sorry, I'm never going to take them seriously.
Well, that's the test, I think, is when somebody is disrespectful to still be respectful.
Oh yeah, I'll be respectful, but I won't want anything to do with them. You know what I mean?
And also, it might be to teach them to say, "Listen, now what you're doing, is like you're starting to be disrespectful, and the reason you're doing it is because you don't respect yourself. Do you understand that? It's like Richard Thompson, who wrote Forbidden Archaeology with Michael Cremo. He was teaching a class, and one of the students was challenging him because he was an evolution, still he wanted to know, and he was doing it in good faith. And he's like, yeah, so what if you have one step that works, and then the next step is a dud, and the next step works, and he goes, okay, so now what you're saying is that you have one step that works, one that doesn't, and he goes, yeah, that's what it is. He goes, okay, show me an example of that. And I was like, holy smokes. And the guy was like, he thought, and he did it so good, so well. And he goes, but even with that, you have a problem. He goes, you have that, and then you have what they call I think it's called the hopeless monster theory. It's like a reptile giving birth to a bird, because that's what they, yes. And Richard,
why would you have so much variety in species? If evolution were true, wouldn't just the most survivability would be all that counts? We'd have just a couple species at best. Yeah,
it would. Even natural selection falls apart because it needs to be called something else. The words, remember, tyranny stems from the word. It doesn't stem from the gun. It's sort of like Objective was saying, that if we know how to treat each other good, the knife doesn't become a weapon anymore. It's a cooking tool at that point. It can be used as a weapon. The gun or the weapon can be used to protect you, but it comes to a point where that's all it's used for. It's not used for offense. And then it becomes less and less needed to be used to protect oneself because other people are acting in self-respect as well. To say they respect themselves, we respect the water. A lot of native cultures were about that. We're respecting nature. We're saying, look, if we're going to eat the buffalo, we're going to use every part. We're going to worship the buffalo. We're going to wear the buffalo. And, yes, they did have beefs and skirmishes and wars with each other. But one thing I noticed in a lot of their sayings, they said that no matter what quarrel with which we have with each other, we will never quarrel about the Great Spirit or the Creator. And they had a difference between Creator and Great Spirit. So like architects of humanity and then the consciousness. And there was, they were saying they won't argue about that. And that's when Chief White Cloud, Chief Red Cloud, Chief Joseph, they were saying that building churches will only make us argue over God. We don't want to argue. They noticed the Protestants and the Catholics at war.
That's true.
And they didn't want to be like that. So it's like, wow, that's deep. I mean, the Nez Perce, I think Chief Joseph, that was where he was from. His mother was was one of the settlers, and that I think she was taken on a raid, and then he was the son. And it's fascinating when you look through the history of that, because I think it's like over 20 states are named after native tribes, like the Mississippi, the Alabama, the Maine, the Delaware, the Minnesota, the Alaska, so many, the Oregon, and then within those places had a whole bunch of other tribes within it. So it was extremely diverse, the continent. Also, there's a theory that a guy had on TED Talks where he said it's a theory not talked about, where he said there were small bands of tribes that were white tribes. Like the Toltecs were one that's known, blonde hair, green eye tribe. That Aztecs, they say, used to also, Aztecs were like beefing with everybody. They would sacrifice some of these people when they captured them.
The Mayan rituals and those Mayan temples.
Yeah. So you have that. And then he said there was other ones. And that goes in line with my architect theory, because he said, how did you have these small little bands or pockets of these tribes that were less melanated than others? They're all related. So kind of like with my theory, it's saying, yeah, some tribes might have been isolated, but they all were adapting to the planet's surface. And that's where architects gets a little deep. And that's where I said, okay, I got to make the part about the evolution on one part, which will talk about the cell, the telomeres, the mathematics of how this just isn't mathematically realistic. I mean, just 1,132 amino acids to form the telomeres and go into that, the structure, the systems of blood clotting, nerve endings, the system of skeletal structure, how the skeleton works, how the bone grows and changes over time, can become stronger through stress, how some people have stronger bones than others. You have people that have bones that are so strong that they have like no breaks. Like it's like 5 to 6 times stronger than some other people. So these are things that I mentioned briefly because I didn't want the book to be too long. So I said, okay, now that I split it and say, okay, the evolution part will go into the cell, the numbers, the telomeres. Also, some of it will deal with the with how the fairy tales, the suppositions, the inference. Part of it, I would like to make a list, which I do have some of it, of all of the fraudulent ape men.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I figure maybe if I make a page, maybe 2 pages at the most, there's about maybe 16 of them. You know, so and now there's channels that are really trying to defend this stuff. I think it's Gutsick Gibbon and you know this other guy, and it's just like, you got to be kidding me. And again, I don't need to debate them or anything. It's just like, look, that's what they want to believe in. That's what it is, and just shining the light, saying, listen, if you think about it, you'll realize how it's not probable. I think Objective called it, it was practical certainty, I think it was. And those type of things are very important to know, because now we can make our way through the darkness with the lightness of this knowledge.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, Yeah, definitely where it's at, man. Yeah.
And,
So
like last night, we had a deep conversation because, eliminating the evolutionary nonsense and knowing about where we are. It's like I said, how do we know we're not taking we took an acid trip? We all took an acid trip, and this is where we
yeah,
ended up.
yeah.
And
It's
we're
like
just on a trip right now. You know what I mean?
life is a trip,
Yeah.
Life is a straight trip.
What if we wake up? Imagine waking up right now, being in another body, and people say, "Yeah, you were out for like a few minutes."
Oh yeah,
We'd be messed up. It's like, wait a minute, I lived a whole life. You know what I mean?
yeah.
As another person. Yeah. And there are cases of that, by the way. I've heard of cases of that.
Waking up with this being a simulation would be amazing. Sometimes
Hmm.
I wake up and I'm so disoriented. I wake up and I hope I'm in the past and the people I love are still alive.
Hmm.
And sometimes I think about that and then I say, man, this life is a trip, because I mean, hopefully, I don't really know what the future holds. One lady wanted me to do a lecture about time travel. I was speaking with her at this establishment because I had touched on an idea which I had talked about. I think I did an interview. It's on the page. It's a collaboration with You Gotta Laugh podcast. And
Hmm.
I got to ask him how he did it because objective ethics, we were talking about that too. There's a way that if I do, or he does, like how he did the interview today, I'm going to ask him, is there a way to put his channel where when somebody watches that interview, they're going to see Architects of Humanity and Objective Ethics. So now they can click his channel from that. So
Mm.
it helps us spread the channels, like
Yes.
other people. And Edgar from You Gotta Laugh podcast, he sent me the invite and it came and I was like, oh, okay, I had to accept it. And then now it's on the bottom of the home page. You'll see the I think it's like he took a 9-minute clip from an interview. I think the interview was like an hour or something. And
Mm.
it was done like a year or two ago. And so he's much more he's smarter with the technical stuff. So I'm going to ask him. I don't know if he's working during the day tomorrow. I got to give him a call because he used to work nights, and I'll ask him, and say, hey, what do I got to do that? Because if I can put that on the stream we did now, this stream, then yeah, that'll help Objective Ethics channel go forward too, which would be good. I mean, we need to do that.
Yeah.
It's right.
Work together. Work together.
Yeah,
That's the
it's a big family, and
Mhm.
people are going to have different views, different beliefs, and it's our maturity level to be able to get
Right.
along with each other and say, hey, you know what, that's what you believe. We can have a conversation about it. No debate.
It's like you don't agree on a lot of subjects. We're having a decent conversation. We're not arguing.
Exactly. We have great conversations. I mean, I told Scribe today, I said, look, man, you would have had a good conversation with Hyperborean because he believed in the plane and and the flatness and all of that stuff. I'm like, that's not our thing. But Scribe didn't know who he was. I forgot what he was doing because I said, yeah, man, we went like late into the hours of the night. And Hyperborean's a cool guy. He's cool. I mean, I think he got a little, like when I pushed a little on him with the nothing thing and then the perception of reality.
Right.
That's a pretty well-known fact that our perception of reality is not exactly what reality is. And
Oh, I agree with that. I agree with that.
yeah,
And I had a disagreement on nothing because I don't believe nothing can exist because you can't even include the word exist with nothing because then you give it something.
well, that's what I was trying
It's
to.
got to be nothing. It's got to be nothing.
Well, I was trying to let them know that in this universe, in the physical
Mhm.
universe, that makes sense. Because if you say nothing exists and you're thinking, okay, nothing in space, you say, well, that's still space.
Exactly.
But it's like nothing in the mind. It's like something just absent. That could be a beginning of an explanation of nothing because it's absent. It doesn't even exist. But the thought itself of the absentness, they could say, well, that right there, you're thinking. And it's like, no, we're describing it.
but
that way.
it can't
And
even be described because can't have a character. It can't have any property at all,
now,
Not even a thought. Technically, we can't even think of nothing
well,
because we give it a thought. It
well,
becomes
it's
something.
sort of like saying the absence of the thought. So there's no thought there. The
Mhm.
absence of the thought, that's the nothingness. But that's still, we're saying, okay, this is us trying to explain it in the physical universe. When
Sure.
you go to a non-physical universe, it might be able to be explained more definitive. And we're not in that. So
But I understand his point was that the fact that because nothing cannot exist, we will always be in a state of being, meaning we will always be conscious in one form or the other, whether physical or non-physical, we'll always be conscious. So I think
yeah,
that's where he was going with that.
well, I think
We'll just move on to a different realm, you know?
he was a little defensive when I said, well, how do you know
Right.
that?
Yeah, I
You
noticed
see,
that too. That's why I tried to tone down the volume. You know what I mean? I was trying to make it. Let's tone it down. Let's not attack each other. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
that was the kind of the test where when I was asking those questions, like, well, how do you know? Like, are you sure? And
Mhm.
he kind of felt like, I don't know if he said I was being uh, aggressive or disagreeable. And I'm like, how's a question? How does a question do that? I'm asking a question. I
Mhm.
forgot the word he used, but it was like, yeah, it goes, I was thinking, I'm like, yeah, you can't say I'm being, I forgot what it was, the word, but asking a question, when you think about it, again, I had mentioned it like, look, man, all you got to do, I know the answer when I ask some of these questions. It's like, we don't know.
Mhm.
But, if he wants to believe that, um, the nothing, and he bringed up Persimemes or something like that. And it's like,
Yeah,
okay,
I'm not too big on the Greek philosophers, to be honest
yeah,
with you. They're just human beings like us.
well, it reminds me of Oscar Wilde when he says, look, most people's lives are a quotation, it's like it's an imitation of somebody else. It's like, okay, yeah, Prolocles or whatever their name. Tell me what you think.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. A lot of times that's just to zombify us. I got to be
Yeah,
honest with
yeah.
you.
It's
There's
very
nothing really that deep they're
yeah.
saying.
It's the
You
same.
know what I mean?
We can take what somebody came out and talked about, but then we can go deeper with ourselves and speculation. Mark, what's
100%
up?
agree.
Says life is but a dream. Yeah, man. It's really pointing toward that. I mean,
I mean, like Leonardo DiCaprio's movie Inception. That's what I think of. You know what I mean? Like,
mhm,
because there
mhm.
was a case on Mr. Ballin about this guy who graduated college, met his college sweetheart. They got married, and he had a really successful career. Moved way up in the company. They had a beautiful home with kids. And then one day, he woke up, and it turned out he just got punched in the face by some football player. That was all just an illusion. It never happened. And this guy said that he had to go through years of counseling. He's just messed up from it completely.
Wow,
Yeah, yeah.
that is
It
crazy,
was it
man.
was just a momentary. It was, and he said he's even to this day he still hears the sounds of his kids yelling for him, "Dad, come back home, come back home." It was all just an illusion. I guess you could call it an illusion, but it probably was another dimension that he went into. You know what I mean? But he lived a whole life
Wow.
in just a few minutes. And he was only knocked out for maybe a few minutes. The
Mhm.
police were there. They picked him up. They took him to the car, and he was just messed up. It's like, what am I doing here? So imagine if that could happen to us one day. We just wake up from some other place, and it's like, yeah, man, you were out for a few minutes. Imagine that.
That would be a trip, man. It's like
Yeah.
life being a dream, man. That I mean, I kind of like it in a way. It's
Hmm.
I wonder. It's like they had a Star Trek episode with that years ago. I remember when I used to watch it, or where he
Hmm.
lived like a whole lifetime, man. He up into his like 70s or 80s, and it was him being unconscious on the floor of the bridge of the Enterprise for like maybe a minute, and it's
Yeah.
like you see him like go through that whole thing, and it's like, holy smokes. They had some, I tell you, they had some concepts. I mean, it does have that
Hmm.
like Marxism overview kind of with
Yeah.
you know, but the Twilight Zone-ish part of it, I used to like that. Like when I was a teenager, that's when I never liked it as a kid. As a teenager, I started watching it when I was smoking weed, and that's what kind of got me into Ken Burke.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I used to, I was always home alone at night, and my parents
Me too.
worked nights.
Me too. I
You
was
know,
a home alone when I was a kid.
yeah, with Gen X, the latchkey kids, and
I was
I
one. I was one.
I would have like a spliff, and I was like 14, and I would watch 11 o'clock was the Odd Couple, 11:30 was the Honeymooners, 12 o'clock at night that's when I would light up the spliff at 12 midnight, 12 to 1, and then at 1 to 1:30 was the Twilight Zone, and then after that the TV would be with the colors. It would be like the programming is will resume at 5 a.m.
Yeah, the American
Yeah,
flag.
yeah, and I think that
Remember UHF? I used to be a big UHF fan, going to UHF.
yeah, it just and I would be kind of scared, and I just I'd sleep and then wake up the next day, cut
Were you a
school.
teenager or a kid?
Huh?
Were you a teenager or a kid? Because I was a kid.
Well, yeah. When I was a kid, I didn't smoke though. When I was, really young.
Because I was a latchkey kid, being home by myself, and I was a little kid.
Yeah, when I was like,
Teenager, I did whatever the hell I wanted to. I was basically an adult as a teenager.
yeah, yeah. As a kid, I think it was like, let me see, like 10. It was more. They always worked nights, but I think when I was like 10 or 11, my sister was around, but then they would be out. So there was a lot of times I would be home alone, but I wouldn't be watching TV because I didn't
I was
have.
home alone at 6, 7 years old. I was
Oh
home alone.
wow! Holy
Yeah.
smokes.
I was home alone early.
Wow! Yeah, so that's very early. I remember the
I'm
only.
lucky to be alive, I mean, some of the
Yeah.
places.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
So, yeah. You were really latchkey. Yeah, that was. I think when I was 6, when my parents got divorced, I was 8, I think, and that's when it kind of changed. I don't really have too many memories from when I was like 9 and 10 and 11. Yeah,
Yeah,
when
'cause if I was alone when I was 12 or 13, to me, I was basically an adult then.
yeah,
That
yeah,
would even phase me being alone. At
yeah.
12,
No, I
13
would
years old,
yeah, at that point, yeah. When I was 8 and 9, I think maybe because of the divorce and stuff, I don't really remember. I know my mother would work nights, and my father did too at American Airlines. So they weren't there. But when I was like 8, my sister was like, I think she was like 13 or 14. I remember, I think she was there, and then she left like 16. So I was like 10 or 11, because she's like 5.5 years older. And yeah, it was kind of like, yeah, I was alone at that point. I remember being alone. I was 12 and then 13. Yeah, I was alone most of the time. And but yeah, I don't know. I have like a blank, like I guess maybe trauma has me somehow protecting myself mentally by not remembering a lot. But I look at it as, thank goodness that when I compare it to like other experiences that people have had, like even though they had people at home, they were abused.
sure.
Yeah, so
Absolutely.
that's even worse.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying feel sorry for me. It's just that's the story of my life. It just makes you grow up faster and more.
Grow up
I
faster.
have no problem with independence. You know what I mean? Basically, I can be by myself, no problem at all.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
used to it now.
No,
You
yeah,
know?
you grow up, yeah, you're right. You grow up faster.
Yeah.
And as a young teenager, I mean, it was fun when I look back at it. The 80s were great, man.
Mm-hmm.
Late 70s, 80s, the 90s were great, and then or even the early 2000s. But I do wonder about how the Matrix movie, when it said that the late 90s was the pinnacle, and I guess of civilization, they're saying that in the movie, but there was a lot of deep movies that came out in the late 90s.
Yeah, Inception was one with DiCaprio. That's another one to investigate too that we can add to the list.
Well, that came out in the late '90s.
I don't. Let me check. I think it was 2010. Let me
Yeah,
check.
I think that came out. Yeah, that late '90s.
2010 sci-fi thriller.
I didn't know Fight Club came out in the late '90s.
Hmm.
The Big Lebowski. I think Gattaca, Matrix, Equilibrium, um, Jumanji. Even though Jumanji was kind of odd, it still had some stuff. But they definitely had the programming. Devil's Advocate came out in the late '90s. Silence of the Lambs. That was
Hmm.
little.
Silence of the Lambs. I was watching that earlier, and I enjoyed the movie, but it seems to be glorifying serial killers.
Yeah, it's very, it's kind of like, it can get too serial killerish. Enemy of the State, that was pretty good on
That
letting.
was a good movie.
Yeah,
That's almost like Will Smith and Gene Hackman. Yeah, that's like what we're going to be living in pretty soon if we're not there already.
yeah,
Enemy of the State. We're pretty much there.
exactly. Yeah, definitely. The Sixth Sense, that's the late '90s.
That was a good one. That was
You know,
definitely.
and the late '80s had good ones too. The Believers, They Live,
Mhm.
a few others. Yeah, Devil's Advocate, it says here. There wasn't really too much that, yeah, I guess it's not popping up. American History X, that was a good teaching movie.
That was
Um,
a good movie. That was
yeah,
a good movie.
shows people it's like, don't fall into that.
Mhm.
Um,
And
uh,
that's real life too. American History X. It's not sci-fi. That really happens in real life.
yeah,
Yeah.
She's All That. Um, yeah, it had, yeah, it definitely, yeah, American, yeah,
That's the thing, when they make these movies, it tells you like Matrix or Inception or some of these other movies. There are people that have an advanced knowledge about things that others aren't aware of. They know something that we don't. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying? Stanley Kubrick definitely knew something that we don't, for
yeah.
sure, in his movies.
Oh yeah. A lot of the directors, I mean, they have, when you look at it, it's just like, yeah,
Hmm.
that whole
And that's
life.
what we're trying to do here is we're trying to get for the regular person what's going on, you know?
Yep.
Because we're blinded too. We have our eyes wide shut, just like Kubrick said. Our eyes are wide shut as to what's going on.
Yeah.
Really
The
are.
Eyes Wide Shut. It's like, uh that, yeah, Kubrick had some good ones. Clockwork Orange, I think he made.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
About the kind
Clockwork.
of like the Manchurian Candidate.
Yeah, that one was pretty deep. Yeah, and that was an odd movie. I mean, but it had some good points to it. The '70s, when I think about it too, the '70s had, the Logan's Run, the Soylent Green, uh,
Hmm.
Dawn of the Dead, I think. Yeah, Doctor Island of Dr. Moreau. That was pretty, yeah, very provoking, man. But yeah, this was great, man. This was a great stream. Uh, yeah, we're about 4 hours in. I got
Yep.
a so that means I
Absolutely.
think I think I got, so that I had 10 hours. So now it's about 15. I
Sure.
got the one that I
Minutes,
do
4
Sunday. Yeah,
hours.
so at least maybe I'll be able to get two more streams. And if I run into some money, I'll get the
Save your
full.
hours. Sure.
Yeah.
But you did the right thing. I'm really happy for you. You did the right thing, bringing on other guests and networking. So great
Yeah.
job. Great job, Andy.
Definitely, man. Yeah, Sunday I think it'll be good. Check out Objective Ethics stream, on Sunday, and then and then I'll set up the stream with this guy Sosa, and then yeah, check out his stream 4 p.m. Eastern Sunday. So this will be good, man. Yeah, this will be. I look forward to it too, man. So I'm gonna set my schedule if I can 2 hours earlier, so I can hop on that stream with you. Maybe around 5, I'll be able to hop on 4:35 because I'll take a shower, eat. Yeah, I'm not gonna make spaghetti tonight. I ate some of these crackers to kind of. I know I shouldn't be eating stuff like that, but it's easier than cooking, and it just
Can't avoid it, man. It's the nature. You
Yeah.
can't avoid it. You know,
Yeah.
we always say we will, but you know how life is.
And I know it's always better to sleep on an empty stomach, but I gave into the cookies. I ate a little chocolate earlier while we were watching the show. At least it's natural. It's like a 95% dark chocolate, even though I do like the
Yeah, I was having some dark chocolate just now. I'm trying to get more healthy.
yeah, they say it's actually healing. It has like helps the body generate stem cells or something like that, I think. But yeah, it's better than, Oreo cookies,
Just trying to survive. That's all.
Yeah.
Just trying to extend it as much as we can.
Exactly, man. Exactly. I guess I'll talk with Scribe tomorrow. I thought he was going to hop on, but yeah, I spoke with him right before the show. Yeah, we'll talk. We'll talk soon, bro. Always a pleasure, man.
Likewise.
All right, man.
Thank you so much.
And thank
Have a
you,
great
man.
night.
I thank everybody in the chat. Objective Ethics, all of you guys. Thank you for the support. Take care and have a great night.